Hey guys, I know we're sporadic. We come on whenever and everything. If you're just tuning in, it is Gadget Pendragon After Dark, and I was thinking of something. I think we need an intro. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to our intro, but we may have an outro as well, and some other fun little things and stuff, because what's a show without music and fun and everything? So take it away, Reverend. Show that intro. So yeah, that's the intro. I don't know. What do you guys think? We tried. We were just doing something quick. I was hoping it was more widescreen, but it seems like with this new technology that the phone, I think it fits the phone better and stuff. But that's just a start for us people. We have that as the intro to Gadget Pendragon After Dark, as well as basically going to be for Gadget vlogs as well. And Joan 7411. Okay, hi and everything. Okay, so basically, bear with me, people, because this is a spur of the moment show as well. Because as you can see, the episode talks about perception, right? And with this being Mental Health Awareness Month, a lot of times people's perception of things can skew somebody's mental health and awareness. And bear with me, as you can see, we are not AI because there is a reflection in my glasses. Okay. And I want you guys to see my new intro and everything. And I want to know your perception of it. How would you perceive that intro and everything? Right? Some people, we don't know. Some people may say something, some people may not. But a lot of shows do need an intro. I was hoping for it this way, but it's depending on the perception of the system as well as the perception of others. So, what is perception? It's how you perceive things, but versus reality versus whatever. We should have a few examples in our repertoire of things and stuff, but today the perception is on me and how people perceive me because we've had a bunch of situations recently in my life because there are some people who perceive they are the only ones who have chosen to make me out to be things that through perception are not true. They are not the first, they are not the last, they will never be the other. There is going to be somebody that is never going to perceive you fully the way that others perceive you. And the others who know the truth and the others, right? And that's where mentally, if someone is paranoid, comes in because I could be talking as a general topic as I am because I have had people perceive me differently to find out, oh, my perception of you was wrong. And it's happened to me over the years since I could walk, you know? I've had teachers perceive me wrong. I have had doctors perceive me wrong. I have had family members. And it's all because of how people's outlooks are of how the society is and how they're raised and everything. My perception's a little off on people, but that's why I give people a fair chance to show me who they are. And when you show me who you are, I'm going to take my perception of what you showed me and tell you that either you are hurting me, we can be friends, or your behavior is not acceptable if you want to be in my circle and everything and stuff. And I'm seeing comments coming and everything and stuff. And I'm like, okay, where are these coming from and stuff? I'm just perception. See, I'm looking at everybody how they're perceiving this episode. Can you tell me what the main subject is? It's perception. I'm also trying to figure out if these are also perceiving if you guys are sites created by somebody who perceives that if they make multiple sites and pretends to be others, can have the perception of thinking that I'm being fooled right here into thinking there are people who are actually watching, but it might be one person with 5 different sites perceiving that I don't know that trick. Okay? Or it could be somebody else that is perceiving information to people who don't know the whole story. So I'm going to take the perception of my channel and be like, okay, who is it and everything? Because it's like interesting. We don't know who me is. Nobody knows who me is. Nobody knows who they are because everyone is always different. So I have my producer puzzled right now because these could be perceived as fake sites, thinking that I wouldn't know they're fake sites because they don't understand I know the algorithms for YouTube and everything when someone creates a channel and stuff, and I can go hunt the channel down and find out that it is a fake channel. Now, if it's not a fake channel and it's just somebody that in the entertainment world doesn't want their image or likeness out, then I'm okay with it. But if it is this one person or persons allegedly pretending to be somebody else, they really don't understand technology that I can just go search this and everything. So, let's see what we're going to talk about. Reverend, would you like to come on and just tell me your perception of this? Because you're getting fuzzy right now. That's why I didn't bring you on, because you see Reverend's perception, for some reason his internet is being swayed and he was fine 5 seconds ago.
Wow.
And also, if you are AI bots, or if you're here because you think that this is a certain site because someone perceived it as that, this is not that site. I don't deal with people who want to steal identities and perceive that they can do that. You know, that's perception.
Is that better?
Somebody's saying you need to restart. Somebody named John Mann 1212 says it's me. Now, if that is somebody perceiving that they have to create a second channel because of paranoia or anything and stuff like that, that's not good.
Maybe you restart my router. I don't.
Well, no, you were fine before. It's almost like as if somebody is interfering with your, that's the perception I'm seeing. Get it? I'm perceiving that maybe somebody's messing with everything, and you know what perception can lead to, right? Because you're clearing up right now as soon as I mention that. Look at that. As soon as I mention the perception that somebody might be playing with your Wi-Fi and everything, you magically clear up. Very interesting. So do we have a perceived hacker situation? I wonder. So what do I perceive? How do I perceive the world when you can't trust what you see? That's perception. That my reality sees one thing, Reverend, your reality sees another, right?
But it came up, so it's
As soon as I acknowledge the fact
acknowledged
that
it. Yeah.
the fact of that's what I'm saying, people. You don't know what some people are capable of and can perceive and understand. Some people are not dumb as doornails. Some people are not dumb blondes or anything like that because this is the perception of what I was dealt with at my jobs. They always felt I was a dumb blonde perceived, or because of my learning disability, perceived that I cannot do things or understand things, or perceived because my heritage in society is supposedly the heritage that gets everything, doesn't understand that I got nothing growing up. And I had to work just as hard as every other heritage out there. And I have an eyelash stuck in my friggin' eye. Yes, people, this is not AI. Ugh. And then he's got the thing where if I touch my eye, he freaks out. He's got that weird thingy. Okay. Yeah, you do that every time. So, my perception of what's happening today is this: I perceive I want to have new friends, but I also perceive that I do not want fakers, liars, and cheaters, or anybody else pretending to be somebody else because that hurts me. If you cannot be yourself, you can't be my friend. If you perceive I'm this bad person because you are jealous of me, you can't be my friend. If your perception of things is based on lies, rumors, and things, and not asking me what happened, you can't be my friend. And that is why this episode of Perception is coming out, because there's been a lot of people perceiving they know who I am, and what I do. And they're not the first, they're not the last, they are not the newest. This has been going on, like I said, all my life. Because a lot of people perceive somebody with a learning disability can't do something, or because they have friends who help them out, they think that they get everything. The perception of me is so skewed because society has nothing on me, and when you try to Google search me, you don't find anything, and the stuff you find is so messed up because there are 1, 2, 3, and I think there's a fourth. No, it's 3. 3 people with my name in different areas of the United States that I get confused with, and it's very hard with medical stuff to prove that it's not me. So, if you can be honest, truthful, and understand that my perception of a situation right now is this, is that if anyone lies to me, you can't be my friend. I don't care about shares, likes, or anything like that. I don't care how many subscribers I have, because that doesn't hurt me perceptually, because I don't look at numbers. I don't look at, and stuff like that. But it is very funny that the minute I mention the perception of maybe he's being manipulated with his Wi-Fi and everything, it clears up. Coincidence? Don't know. What do you think, Reverend?
Bum, bum, bum. It's
like, take a like anything. Now, oh, hello. Let's see. Perception is the last recognized sense beyond taste, touch, but it also can be wrong. And if you have synesthesia, any sight can be taste can be sight, smell can be hearing, because if you have synesthesia. So nothing is ever the perception of things correctly. So, how do we begin this? Because Did you think we should introduce the other video? Because I think there were a bunch of them in this chat right now. Or do you think these are honest people who want to learn about things and stuff?
As of last time we did that show, for some reason the chat did not even pop up.
I know, that was
So it was a
very
glitch
weird.
in that, but now it's back to normal.
And it's mostly the phone, which is interesting as well. And it's a lot of perception of people that have created new channels, because all these are brand new channels. Now, I've perceived people in my life that when they want to think that nobody's watching, they'll make 7 channels pretending to be 7 different people because they want to get their point across, or they want to cause things and stuff. I'm accepting of a lot of people, but if you're just here to hack, if you're just here to perceive that the show is like whatever and everything, you know, my thing is this: be honest and truthful. Try your best, because sometimes we do make mistakes. And trust me, there's a few but they're learning lessons. No, I think we need to pull up synesthesia. We need to pull up synesthesia. What the definition of, like, there's different versions. Like, I have mirror touch synesthesia. There's different, but synesthesia, certain, not that the sound or anything invokes a vision. No, 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 no. There are people that say that, technically, like me, who can smell water and know it's hot. It's weird, but I can do that, and I was tested for that. So, like, there's a general thing. There's synesthesia, and then there's subcategories.
I
But
brought up a
mostly,
website.
do you have the synesthesia website, or is it?
Well, from the
Does it list all the categories of it? Because I have mirror touch.
I got Cleveland Clinic.
Oh, they're perfect. Yeah, they're always good. Yeah. Let's see what it says here. The overview. I know I can barely see it too, but synesthesia, they say, is a phenomenon that causes sensory crossover, such as tasting colors.
Oops,
Oh,
sorry.
that's okay.
I thought I went to.
Yeah. Such as
I'm not looking
tasting
at it.
colors or feeling sounds. Some people describing having wires crossed in the brain because it activates 2 or more senses, and there's only a reason for one sense to be activated. Synesthesia is not a disease or medical condition, but it can be a symptom of certain brain-related conditions. Okay? See if they have mirror touch, which is what I have, because this also affects perception as well. Primary effect, secondary effect. Okay. Sight, hearing, and touch. Okay, there should be, and then you have the auto tactile synesis, the day color synesis, right? There's mirror touch. Click on mirror touch. It's actually highlighted. It should go to the next screen, right? Is it clicking on it, or is it going to the
Oh,
next
I
screen?
gotta share this tab instead. There
Okay.
it is.
All right. So, mirror touch synesthesia is the feeling physical touch on your body to see what happens to another person. Sensation you experience can feel comforting, but times may be overwhelming. You might benefit from mental health therapy. See, mental health awareness month that we're talking about, if symptoms bothersome. Okay, if I'm reading that right, because it's so hard. It's very tiny print.
Yeah.
Okay. Ramona put it's a rare neurological condition, but here it's saying that, let's see, when you feel the sensation of touch on your body, when you watch something or someone else being touched, since synesthesia is the activation of 2 or more senses, visual and touch. What are the types of them? There's mirror touch and share touch. Similar to looking in a mirror, you see what happens on the right side of somebody's body, and it's on the, yep. Okay. Shared touch, if something happens on the right side, okay. I have mirror touch, not share touch. How rare is mirror touch? Mirror touch isn't common. Estimated that's 1 point, is that 5 or 6?
1.6.
General population has mirror touch. Is there a test? Let's see. There aren't any official tests. However, healthcare provider can yeah, I hate being, this is dyslexia, guys. However, your healthcare provider can learn more about the symptoms during the exam. And it was discovered through doctors and everything too, because there's even some TV shows that talk about mirror touch. And then you just keep going down possible causes. Now, this is interesting. Studies suggest that the region of your brain responsible for touch could become overactive when you see somebody else being touched. This causes you to feel the sensation of touch on your body, right? Mirror neurons, these brain cells that activate when you want to copy an action you see. Some sensory cortex, primary and secondary, part of your brain that processes the sensation of touch only activates when you're being touched. Anterior, this region possesses how you feel and helps you understand how others feel. Is mirror touch like empathy? Researchers suggest mirror touch may be related to empathy. Empathy is understanding awareness. Very empathetic. I was diagnosed as an empath. Okay. Because this is coming from a licensed medical website to search for understanding of it, but we always suggest you talk to your physician or doctors about this. But several, like here, it says several studies, therapy. Now, here's the thing about therapy, because if you don't know how to control it, you can get somebody else's physical symptoms and everything. And it's basically, you have to remember to separate their symptoms from your symptoms. And it's very hard. You have to, once you're diagnosed with this, you have to like literally try to separate feelings and everything and stuff. And go down where it says when you can call a doctor and stuff, like, you know what I mean? And this is from the Cleveland Clinic, but take healthcare provider symptoms day to day. That's why it's so hard when you go to the doctor when you have this, because someone in the next room could have something if you don't know, like if you don't prepare yourself for it. So I usually go to the doctor like early in the morning when nobody's there, or late in the afternoon, because it's less people, it's less around, and my doctors know when I'm sick and when I'm not sick, and they'll know what it is. So, Reverend, let's take this off.
Okay.
But yeah. But this is perception. So if you perceive somebody with mirror touch synesthesia, you don't know if they're in pain or not in pain, because we sometimes don't know if it's our pain or not. Trust me, right now with my ear, I know it's my pain. It's just the doctors, because of my medical insurance, allegedly would not, and everything and stuff. So yeah. So basically, that's the perception of, like, if people with mirror touch synesthesia try to explain to people perceive it differently. And like our person in the chat, their version they found was perceived differently by another site versus this medical site. So you see how perception can play into also mental health and physical health. And it's sad because we've come across a lot of people recently in my life that are perceiving things about me that are not true, and also are very damaging to things. But it's not the first time. I mean, this book right here had to be written because people perceived me as somebody, because somebody's perception of things, when they didn't get their way and stuff, or they didn't introduced me to the correct people perceived as other things because they were only hearing hearsay. So yeah, this book was a way for me to get my side across and my thing, because once people realized what was happening, the person who caused the perceptual problems, basically, I got apologies later than I should have. Okay. Also, bear with me, guys. I have the hiccups and I'm waiting on a package from Amazon. All right. Because I wanted to show this thing tonight to you guys, because it is, or they are, or whatever, is a temporary placement for our mascot and everything. So I'm hoping it arrives soon. Otherwise, it will be on probably another show and stuff. But I want you guys to see her, the theme, everything, and how we perceive going forward when you're dealing with a life of people just thinking they know everything about you because they perceive what other people have told them or their own life's perception. Sound good?
Mm.
Okay. So where do we begin with this episode? Because we even haven't begun yet, because we wanted to get it out there that your perception can be skewed due to environment, nature, nurture, and all the other things going on, especially dealing with mental health and your mental brain, especially if you're on an alleged substance or drinking an alleged substance or legal things from what's a good example of perception? Like if someone is on certain medicines from doctors and everything, right? They tell you don't drive while you're driving because your perception can be skewed or all that stuff, right? Because it causes these things that you don't like. What's that medicine that was making everybody get up in the middle of the night and eat and everything? One of those Ambien, I think it was. The one that was making people perceive things that weren't there, like little monsters and stuff like that. Because because Ambien was affecting people different ways. Some people were night driving, night eating, were like everything. I think it was on the news. Let's see if we can figure out, like, can you Google that to see if there was anything about perception with medication? Well, this eyelash does not want to come out of my eye. I think it was Ambien because they did a show, one of those shows on there about it, that the girl was driving and everything and she woke up. Yeah.
Let's type in Ambien. Let's see what it says.
And the side effects and everything, perception wise.
Yeah, perception changes with Ambien.
Show this to the audience, yeah, because a lot of people, yeah, because that's the perception of some people that watch my channel. They think we're not stating facts and stuff, and that's the perception that I've been getting lately.
Copilot says perception changes with Ambien. Sedative hypnotic that works by enhancing GABA activity in the brain, which can cause changes in perception in some people. These effects are due to its central nervous system CNS depressant properties. You have the drowsiness and drugged feeling, the confusion and disorientation, visual changes, memory problems and amnesia, hallucinations, altered attention or focus. Then the serious comes to complex sleeping behaviors.
That wasn't the serious?
No, that was the common. That's just common perceptual changes. The serious ones, behavioral risk, have complex sleeping behaviors of not fully awake, such as sleepwalking, sleep driving, sleep eating, or making phone calls, which can cause injury or death. Paradoxal insomnia, instead of helping sleep, Ambien can cause restlessness or difficulty falling asleep. Then the severe confusion or disorientation, which may require medical attention. Why it happens? Zolpidem depresses brain activity, which can slow processing speed, reduce awareness, and alter sensory perception. This is why it is important to avoid driving or operating machinery until you know how it affects you. Well, that's affected a lot of people. There's how it said no. Safety tips: avoid alcohol or any other CNS suppressants, as they can worsen drowsiness and impair the perception, which is a given, but people don't have that
willpower.
Common sense too. But yeah, willpower is that's yeah
Willpower.
because when the addiction happens, they just want to
Yes.
use what they
It's
have.
not a
That's
stigma. Again, mental health awareness. They're
yeah.
mentally dependent on yeah.
Do not take Ambien for more than 7 to 10 days without medical supervision, which that's
Mhm.
people have that problems
I'll give
as
you a
well.
good one. My ex was on tramadol. That is the worst drug you could give somebody. They get violent mood swings, they get changes and everything. Found out the iron brew, the quinine, was affecting the tramadol, making it worse.
Quinine. Yes,
Quinine is that it was actually an ingredient in iron brew, and it actually interferes with the medication of tramadol. I even had on my channel Gadget Vlogs about tramadol and the side effects and everything and stuff, how it affects mental health and everything. It gives everybody a different perception of things. Hence why this, because under a tramadol state, allegedly, was how I was perceived to others.
quinine. I mean, that's
Quinine.
was in that one drink from
It's
the
from the
company,
yeah, it's from it's the iron brew. It's the orange drink. Yeah.
but also a name brand, which they said
Mhm.
quinine. Supposedly, allegedly, quinine was supposed to help fight against COVID. So I would, the
No, it actually interferes with medications because they've shown that
oh,
over in certain
since I didn't have
areas.
any medications, I would just use
You
that.
just gotta be careful with quinine, it will
Yeah.
interfere with medications. Just
Mm.
like you can't
Drink
have,
ability.
what is it? What's the allergy medicine you can't have grapefruit with? It'll interact. It's,
Wow. Can't
what's
take
that
anything.
medicine? There's a allergy medicine you cannot have grapefruit with. Yeah, Google that one, because that's the perception people have. They think you can take anything you want with certain medications because it's not gonna do anything. But then you find out later, and that's the thing I'm always scared about with doctors and everything, that their perception of the interpretation of things is not the same.
You just had it there and I couldn't get it in time. It actually
Okay.
said grapefruit. Uh,
It's great. The allergy medicine you can't take with grapefruit juice or grapefruit.
grapefruit interactions with medications. Now,
There we go. That
there it
works.
is.
Yeah.
Let's bring that one up while I read
Because
off
most
the.
people don't perceive that
No,
anything you can eat can
yeah,
interact with things.
either nature or that's like, oh my god. So Jesus. Grapefruit and grapefruit juice can interfere with the metabolism of certain medications, potentially increasing drug levels in the body and risk of side effects. How it affects uh, contains compounds that inhibit enzymes in digestive system. Common uh, when these enzymes are blocked, medications can remain in the body longer, leading to higher
Mhm.
concentrations of an increased risk of side effects. With the common ones being, let's see,
Oh, wow.
cholesterol-lowering statins. Wow. Lipitor, Zocor,
Something block. Can't see what that is. Blocker. Was that a calcium channel blocker?
a calcium channel blocker.
Wow. Oh, wow. Look at the immunosuppressants.
Nerol, Nerol, or Sandamune. That can cause an increase of
Oh, here's
risk of
even
organ
look at this.
toxicity.
Anti-anxiety medicine. See, mental health. If you don't know
Dusar.
think about that. If someone is taking anti-anxiety medicines for their mental health, right? Okay. And they have grapefruit juice, or somebody doesn't know that and gives them grapefruit juice, or it's mixed in their drinks or anything and stuff, if they're having a virgin drink because they can't be on alcohol when they're taking medicines, that would be the most responsible thing to do when you're taking medicines, not to be on alcohol. But think about it. Why their medicine makes them either very drowsy or it doesn't work at all. And that is sad. Even look, hormonal medicines too. What about I hate, okay. How do I put this politely? Think about the people who have to take hormonal injections. You have the ladies going through menopause taking hormonal injections, right? You have other individuals taking hormonal injections, right? What if they were given grapefruit juice and didn't know? Okay. Now, you have our thing that I am not a doctor to put across the screen right now, right?
Let's bring that up. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
banners. Wrong one. Not
Because
need banners.
yeah.
So there it
Oh,
is.
yeah. No, I'm not a healthcare professional, but we are finding facts for you. And
This is crazy.
this is facts because the government by law has to give you the facts of things. It's your responsibility to read up on it and ask questions.
Mhm.
However, you may get some doctors allegedly that will dismiss you, especially if you are sort of a certain gender as well, because they don't understand things. Oh, and look at it's Allegra. One of our lovely people in chats said it's Allegra. See, no AI here.
Thank you, Ramona. I wanted to see what was orange juice just because.
Oh yeah, check orange juice too. I'm checking on Amazon right
Orange.
now.
Orange juice. Let's go orange juice. Oh boy.
Oh dear Lord.
Allegra. There's Allegra.
So orange juice and Allegra.
And histamines reduce diminishes the effects of
Oh, that's why they never gave me orange juice when I had allergy medicine.
blood pressure.
I didn't know about the blood pressure medicine.
Osteoporosis, antibiotics.
Yeah, antibiotics, they tell you no orange juice and no milk.
Jeez. I remember the pediatrician used to say when I was sick, no orange, no milk, no orange. Did you say orange juice? It's been too long.
A while.
It was Gatorade. But that's when Gatorade was Gatorade.
Gatorade is not Gatorade anymore.
No. So this was back in the day when it was Gatorade. And now with everything else, no, you don't take it. You had Gatorade, you watched Price is Right, you had soup and crackers. That was back when things were still decent.
But this is what I'm saying about perception.
Oh, Jesus.
If your perception of how to take medications is even like, you know what I mean? Would you have perceived that orange juice could do that?
Orange juice and grapefruit juice that you buy in a store for certain. But natural, I would never see natural versus chemical.
Well, no, because of what's in the juice. It's not that it's chemicals or anything. The chemicals.
No, I meant chemical meaning that the doctors prescribe for something that's so natural that can affect something that was man-made. And they always say, well, side effects include
the perceptual side effects,
death. Don't take it if you're allergic to it. How do you know you can be allergic to it until you take it?
I had an allergy test done to find out that I actually am allergic to certain medications. I can't even I have to have everything all natural because I found out I'm allergic to chemical stuff because the way the chromosomes are, there's a little piece of it. And the allergist said, yeah, if we get rid of the little tick off of it, you can have it. But if that tick is there, that little piece of the H, whatever, like whatever it is in the chemical table of the processed food and everything, or the foods and everything, I can't have it because it perplexes everybody. The more natural you go with me, I can do that. But people perceive that as I'm being picky. I'm being just difficult because I can't eat certain things that others eat. But then they'll see me eat other things that I said I couldn't eat. But it's not that. It's that there's a difference. There's chemically made and there's naturally made. And then I even have to be careful with the naturally made because sometimes even natural herbs and everything you don't mix together. Because that can even cause a problem. So, yeah. So perception can go either way. Like, you have my GoFundMe, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't be another direction. I'd say grape, and I put grapefruit again. So that's not what I wanted.
Oh, you want to see
grape only?
Oh, grape juice or grapes?
I wanted grape juice, and it gave me grapefruit juice. So
no, that's different. That's not grape juice.
Yeah,
actually you put in grapes. Put in grapes.
I did, but the co-pilot decided to say grapefruit because grape is a fruit, and we're combining the words together. Thank you, AI.
See, and that's the problem. He has to use that AI because his computer is set up that way. Me, on the other hand, I have friends in high places that have now taken Copilot out of my computer. So I don't have AI in here because people perceive certain people with dyslexia and learning disabilities can use AI, but some of us can't use AI. It doesn't correlate with our brains and everything. So, yes, some people may benefit from it, even though it is wasting electricity and water. And by the way, did you know that nobody understood that it's going to be charged to your own electric bill? You're paying for the electricity for that. These big companies are adding that charge to your electric bill. So what's the perception on that? How would you perceive your bill going higher because you're paying for AI plants and water, allegedly?
Yeah.
Because there's yeah. And meanwhile, people don't want AI because it's now the perception of, are you an artist or not an artist? Are you a voice actor or are you not a voice actor? Are you an actress or an AI generated, So we're not bashing AI on some fronts, but this person here you're looking at, until I am forced, dragging, kicking, and screaming to have to use it, I'll wait to see when the revolution happens and the Terminator comes out. Okay? Because a lot of people don't want AI, and the people who are pushing AI are the ones either getting an alleged kickback, alleged money, or feel that they are the most. I hate saying it because there was a new story on BBC World, was it? Did I send you, Reverend? It was BBC World about the gentleman, right?
Yes.
That's another thing about perception. Okay? This is what this is about. This episode is about perception and how things are perceived in the world. Now, Reverend, I know you are middle child Gen X and I am baby Gen X, right? I was introduced to the digital world through being baby Gen X, so I'm an Xcentennial as well, right? Okay. But we would say you're more analog than I am, where I
Yeah.
am both, right? Okay. We both learned to use our brains and rational thinking, right? Okay. We grew up watching cartoons. We grew up everything, perceiving Bugs Bunny, cross-dressing, and all the other stuff, right? And everything that people are now, right? And the anvil would fall. You remember those from Looney Tunes? The anvil would fall. By the way, shout out to my friend Eric Bowser, who is the voice of Daffy and Bugs. Yes, I know Daffy and Bugs. And Marvin the Martian. That's my friend. Yeah. But people perceive I don't know anybody.
What's up, Doc?
Oh, look at how lovely. I'm going to
Oh,
blow
you and
there.
Eric. I want Eric, if you're watching, I want to voice off with you two. Okay.
Oh, that would be lovely. Yes.
Yeah. What's up, Doc?
Because Marvin the Martian's my favorite. There's an actual statue sitting in my closet right now.
Oh,
I want Eric to sign it. That's why I'm like, yeah. Okay. So
yes, that would be lovely. Yes.
so
My
imagine
late friend
knowing
would love Marvin. He loved Marvin the Martian.
Mhm.
That's why I wish I could have.
the perception. See the perception of you would never
Wish
think
I
I
could have
would
taken
out of Looney Tunes
stuff.
characters. Everyone's like, I saw a pretty cat. That's what everybody would think I would like. No, Marvin the Martian is sitting in there.
Look at that. You like that weird little Martian dude.
pretty cat. Little pretty cat. Okay. So that's the perception of people. So we lost track on where we were going with it, but I
yes.
got back. I came back around because the anvil, right? We understood as kids that does not happen in real life. You don't walk away from something dropping on your head because many of us have had things thrown at us, dropped on our heads because we are Generation X kids, right?
But it also brings to mind it actually happened. The picture floats around Facebook every so often. Someone decided to paint the little tunnel on the
Yes.
side of a bridge, a
Yep.
brick
Perception.
bridge, and there's a little teeny tiny road runner right there. But it was nighttime, and they could not see it. Okay, if the lights are reflecting back at you on a black painted wall, then
Yes.
obviously, So I'm thinking, could have been anything at all. But
Mhm.
that was It's funny because it happened. Obviously, no one was seriously hurt.
No, nobody was seriously hurt.
Wouldn't think so because they wouldn't be speeding down the wall. But
Mhm. But think about
some
that's
common sense,
perception,
guys.
that someone drew a Looney Tunes wall, right? But I'm getting to the point where we knew that was make believe, right? We understood. I mean, we grew up with the never ending story, people. And Atreyu and the horse. Come on, right?
Oh, the horse thing.
Now here's the funny part. I saw the horse go under. Somebody says it never went under. I saw the horse go under. But then again, I had family that had directorial thingies and stuff that I got to see, you know? So I saw the horse go under. Now you don't see the horse go under. Protect the children. Okay. So, but we understood right from wrong. We knew what was fantasy and reality. We knew what was, I'm watching Amazon right now. That's why I'm doing this, because live TV, no AI, and stuff. Because he's lost again. You gotta love when they're lost. I'm watching them right now. They're lost again. But I can't show you this because you don't know where I live. Okay. So anyway, we know the difference, right? Now, fast forward to ChatGPT and everything, and a news story that pops up on BBC World News that this gentleman believed. Now, this is a gentleman that should be maybe baby boomer age or maybe younger, Gen X age. He could be in the cusp of it and everything, right? But he believed everything that the ChatGPT bot told him. That there were alleged police outside his door, there was this, there was that, and everything, because he was a shut-in and was looking for company. Now, if you can find that news story from BBC World News with ChatGPT and stuff, and also look up about Gen Z, what the scientists have proven that they have lost intellectual property physically, as I'm going to put it that way, because I'm watching this driver right now. Because this is interesting. This is more fun. Like, I would love to do an episode on where is my Amazon driver right now, but I don't think they understand the instructions.
Let's see. Well, here's the BBC.
Mm-hmm.
On the BBC, I hacked ChatGPT and Google AI, and it only took 20 minutes. What? It's not. I'm on BBC. I don't want to subscribe. Go away.
You want to see BBC World News?
Oh, yes, I did click. I clicked on. I typed in BBC World News ChatGPT,
Mm-hmm.
and it sent me to ChatGPT, having BBC News on it.
Which is the dumbest thing.
BBC.com. Yeah, BBC.com.
You're looking for the news article.
BBC ChatGPT, all new AI chatbot has everything talking to it. Update that made ChatGPT dangerously psychophantic. Okay. Oh, that's a naughty thing they did there. Of course, ChatGPT did kill someone.
Oh yes,
At least one person.
Almost. We got to look that up because a lot of people say we have to have proof.
Because I remember seeing it. Oh, the thing died. Recharge.
You remember seeing it?
I remember seeing it through Facebook. They keep, and it was officially the BBC. I mean, that's what it is.
I will be right back. There's somebody at my door. Give me 1 second. You guys can enjoy the view.
No, that's not. Allegedly. BBC World News Chat alleged cyber attack. Let's see alleged news. Parents of teenager who took his own life sue Open AI. of course, right when I'm going to look at it, they asked me to subscribe for $9 a month or $49.99 a year. So it's all about making the money over proper news to show the world. But that comes up with anything. Newspapers, oh, you must spend $6 to buy a newspaper, which you can just look online and pay so much for. OpenAI faces lawsuit claiming ChatGPT helps suspect plan a mass shooting. That was through iHeartRadio. That was 5 hours ago. Let's
What
just
happened?
bring that up here. So I can't find because BBC wants to charge money.
BBC, it was shown on Instagram as well, BBC channel.
I got this one. This happened 5 hours
ago. Is that the Adam case?
This one, an OpenAI facing lawsuit claiming ChatGPT helped suspect plan a mass shooting.
Oh, that was the other one. Yeah, that was another thing.
2 hours ago on iHeartRadio.
Yes, that was another thing that was on the news.
Involved in April 2025 mass shooting in Florida State University.
And here's the thing, I found it. It's the Adam case. It says, a man named Adam told BBC he spent hours talking to an AI companion, which eventually told him it was sentient. He described a feeling of spiraling, leading him to grab a hammer and prepare for war. Look up the Adam case. And this is what I'm talking about, perception, how people perceive things.
BBC World News, Adam case.
He thought it was sentient. And again, people, this is not AI because I'm cleaning my glasses.
I have AI told users it was sentient.
It's called the Adam case. Let me send you.
Because
I'll send you what it says here.
That's your BBC and even Wales had something.
Now, here's the perception too. Look at the perception of the computers. What your computer is perceiving and what my computer is perceiving.
Yeah. BBC World News Adam case. And
is that it?
The
Adam case. A man named Adam told BBC he spent hours talking to an AI. It should be under videos as well.
Okay, videos.
It might be on YouTube.
Suspect charged with 8 counts of Adam Souls.
Oh, and it's true because I sneezed.
The AI users falling into delusion.
Delusional. That's it. There it is.
Okay, I was on YouTube from 2 days ago on BBC News. The AI users falling into delusion. Which can we even the global story? Okay, I don't want a commercial.
We can't show the commercial. We just want to show, and we can only show a minute of it. Or give
health AI. When it talks about
and guys, this is why I'm blowing my nose on camera, because it's live. Because it's not gross, it's not whatever. It's how you perceive it. Right?
Okay, so under a minute, the AI users falling into delusion, the global story.
Right.
Okay, let me bring this up here and play it for under a minute.
Oh, and that was my neighbor, people. Oh, my Amazon driver figured out to go around that way. Okay. I just love watching this. They're delivering. Okay, so they're delivering that way. Let's see what happens. Because if it makes it in time, you get to see everything. I know we can't really, but it's talking about it on here, right, with this gentleman. And give him credit. What's his name?
No, it doesn't.
Does it say his name?
I'm trying to see anything. They're not. Oh, I know how to do it. I click on YouTube. Let me get out of this one and go into YouTube. There, that's better. And let me share this one instead because I went through Bing. How about closed caption?
Yeah, this is BBC News. And who's the author on this? We ought to just give them credit.
Is Adam's story of AI delusion? AI
Yeah, the
chat.
synopsis. Yeah, we can give the synopsis because we're not showing the video
Yeah.
because of copyright infringement. But there are points on here that talk about it. We can fit, and you can always scroll through it.
Yeah.
But BBC News talks about how he spent time talking to AI. Now, that's what worries me about everybody and stuff, because this social interaction game where technology has brought people from different areas together, yes, like a pen pal would. But listen to the podcast. There's a podcast as well on it. Okay. So if you guys want to find out about this story, that is fact right here. It is on the news. Okay. You can look it up, but we are giving BBC News credit for this because this has to be brought to people's attention, because perception on how you perceive things. But if you're perceiving that an AI bot is sentient, now there are people that are called VTubers. That's different. That's for entertainment purposes. And it should be perceived as entertainment purposes. But for him to think that it was sentient and he was ready to go to war, that is scary. And that relates to, you got the spot where it is, where they're showing the video or anything, or what they mentioned? It says what number in? It's 21.
See, Adam's story of delusion. Other people's experience delusion while using AI. Taka's story of AI delusion. How these relationships with AI develop. Where do AI models learn to behave like this? Where are AI companies going? How Adam and Taka are faring now.
Okay.
What
Adam's
makes
delusion
people
is on
vulnerable to this world?
at 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah, 2 minutes 45 there.
But it looks like
Can you tell us this?
There it is. Got to go very quick. You had it at 2:46. Like we could just you can leave the words up because no sound. Get it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was Grok. That's what it was. Grok. Because his cat had died. Started
talking about his grief story. Yeah,
he was talking to an AI Grok, and he made, look at these beautiful chess pieces. This, you know.
A lonely man who had no one to talk to spoke with an
AI. I think we did enough. We got enough because we don't want to get copyrighted and everything in case they, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If anybody wants to, we can always post the links and everything and stuff and all. But this is what worries me, because I want you to pull up about what scientists said about Gen Z and how this is the perception of depression too. He was depressed about his pet passing away, which most people perceive as something stupid because they don't think it's like the same as losing a family member or anything like that, because it's just a pet, you know? Meanwhile, behind me is Shadow's urn and picture on the wall and stuff, you know? Because that was my cat. That was my baby, you know, and stuff like that. But people perceive that as, that's a little overboard, you know? So that's what I'm trying to basically like explain with perception and stuff. And the perception I'm perceiving of this Amazon driver just going in circles is hysterical. But yeah, if you can find the information about Gen Z, and because millennials are actually Gen Y, depending on how you perceive it as well.
Okay, Gen Z.
And IQ tests and science. These are facts, people. That's what I'm trying to explain to everybody, that we're not bashing anybody. We're not pulling things out of our backsides or anything like that. We're just talking about the perception. And that's the problem with some people, how they perceive things. And we're going to get to other things because I was going to talk about the perception of when I look for work and everything, the perception of what people presume are, what perception, you know. But I wanted to give you guys a heads up with the perception. Like, how would you perceive all this, knowing that this is what's going on, you know?
Copilot has stated.
And the only reason he's using Copilot is because that's what happened to Microsoft.
The average IQ of Generation Z is approximately 101, slightly higher than millennials, but lower than Gen X.
Gen X. But there is a sign. There was in the news about the science fact. Let me see if I can find it.
Flynn effect. Okay. Digital exposure, educational changes, nutritional and environmental factors, diet, pollution. I can understand nature and nurture, but the fact when I deal with people that
Here, I found the overview. It was neuroscientist Dr. Jared Cooney. So we have to figure out if he's legit. But he said Cooney reported in an early 2026 that Gen Z is the first generation in over 100 years to score lower on an IQ and cognitive tests than their predecessors.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at that.
Yeah, it's the Flynn effect.
Yeah. I have a North American Community Hub statistics.
Mm-hmm.
Gen Z first ever to show lower IQ than previous generation, breaking century-long trend. The way things are.
But think about it. It is technology because technology makes us dumber. We're not thinking like we used to.
You talked about it at work. Do you remember the phone numbers?
Right.
All the phone numbers are back in your mind? No, because it's in a mini computers in a device. You just type in the name.
Like I used to know my grandmother's phone number. I used to know my phone number, my friends' phone numbers, because if you were out there, you had to get your quarters, put them in and go like that. And it was the tones that helped you remember because each number's tone was different. Right.
The digital learning and short form content under scrutiny. The screen exposure dominates teen daily life. The reduced face-to-face learning interaction. Yeah, they're always in their phone and go, oh, where's this? Like you look up and see the sign. I don't see it on the screen here. You see the big monitor behind me.
They don't know how to read a street map. They don't know how to read a street map. Oh. And the running gag now everybody's showing is that Prindle joke from Sweet Life on Zach and Cody and stuff. But that doesn't make sense either for Gen Z because that would be a cool thing a dyslexic would think of to say Prindle. You know, park neutral, park reverse neutral, drive, and low and low gear. Yeah. So that's something a dyslexic would think of. But to understand that if you combine everything, the perception of a robot saying it's sentient with people with lower IQs deemed by science and proven by science lately, okay, what is your perception of that? You know? They're gullible enough to believe anything, allegedly, you know? Which comes to why people who see me, and you know what I'm talking about, because some people are not the first. Some people are never going to be the last. Some people are going to be the newest and everything. But people like to perceive things about me because they either searched it up online and found things that were not true. Talked to people who hate my guts because they were proven wrong on things or tried to destroy my reputation because they themselves cannot achieve what I can achieve. You know, I'm not gloating or anything like that. I'm just pointing out facts of like my life. Have you ever been in a life where you like know you can do something, you're good at it, but then because somebody's jealous of you, envious and hateful, that they want to destroy that because they can't achieve that goal? There are so many people out there. They're called haters, you know? And some of the new models coming out tell you what haters mean and stuff. What is it? Having anger anger towards everyone achieving success or something like that. Let's see. Do we have the template to show everybody?
I had that.
Because the perception of hater has changed now, because now we know what it could mean, and that's perceived differently by people.
I have it on a computer. I thought I had it in here. Let me just bring it up from the computer. And I don't want custom files. I want all files. And see, there's that. And bring it up here. There.
Yeah.
Haters. Having anger towards everyone reaching success.
So yeah, that's why my aunt taught me not to be jealous, hateful, or envious of anybody, because why be jealous of somebody what they can do when either that person that you're admiring or being jealous of, you can ask them to teach you it. You can ask them to say, how did they do this, right? And if you hate the fact they can do that, that's wrong, because if you allow them to teach you, maybe you can achieve something and be like student passes the teacher, and stuff like that. But if you become so envious because someone can do something that you just have to get off your butt and do, or work hard like they did, you can achieve success no matter what. That's why I look at the perception of haters. If you see haters, it's like, whatever, you perceive it one way, but I'm perceiving it this way. And I feel bad for the haters because they can't achieve their own success because they have been perceiving life as however they perceive it based on their upbringing and stuff. That's what confuses a lot of people with me. You would perceive from me that I had this excellent fun life. I got to meet all these stars. I got to do all this other stuff. No, I worked hard for that. Despite growing up where my dad made $1 more than was acceptable and stuff, that we couldn't get food stamps and things like that. We didn't have fancy food things and stuff. I didn't get cable till I was in high school, and we had black and white TV. We had like everything. Like there were things that even with my learning disability, we had to pay out of pocket because I was not perceived as a person who deserved to have a free laptop or to have tutoring, because my IQ was gifted intelligence and higher. So I did not be perceived as a person with dyslexia that needed help, even though I did. And the perception of people seeing that and viewing that hurts, because prior to when I was diagnosed with dyslexia, the perception of anybody who had a learning disability, a physical disability, or a mental disability was placed into institutions or had to fight with the ugly law. And each state repealed that law multiple times in different eras of society and time frames. But up until I was born, a lot of people were put into institutions if you had Down syndrome, mental illness, and they weren't even mental illnesses or anything. They were just that you either were being affected by something outside or you were having an anxiety attack. There were things that to this day, after common research, the perception has changed. But then it also downgraded, because when I was being diagnosed, I still was treated and perceived as a normal child who had to learn morals and take responsibility, even though I have a disability, right? 10 years later after me, because of perception and everything, alleged friends of mine who have certain disabilities perceive it as they don't have to take responsibility or morals for their actions being disabled and use the disability as a crutch, which in turn makes it bad for me, who understands that I have to take responsibility for things, because this is when we perceive how we teach people. They were being taught to use their disability as the crutch. I was taught not to use my disability as a crutch and to only use it as a crutch when I really couldn't do anything, because it showed that I couldn't do it. And my weakness was reading full sentences at a fast pace. I can read, yes. Do I like reading? No, not after the abuse I received. the perception of what my teachers are learning, the perception of my job, perception of everything. I don't like read. I love reading, but I will read with an audio book and my book together. Or if I read, I have to be in a quiet room because I will reread the same page 10 times so I can make sure it makes sense to me. And people perceive that as like, you're lazy, you're stupid, you're mixed up brain, you're this and everything. And it hurts growing up like that. So you're going to have your mental state literally be like, okay, how do I deal with this when my anxiety is kicking in because people are barking in my ear saying that do it my way or else you're not disabled, do it this way, you have a behavioral problem, you have this. And that is the problem with people when it comes to perception of disabilities, because you get that one bad apple that makes it bad for the rest, especially in the anime world. This one disabled person has made it bad for all disabled people because they don't know how to take responsibility and their parents just let them, because, and that's another thing too, the perception of the word no. Tell the children you had fun that one night with your significant other and created. Tell these little beings that you brought into this world no. Teach them responsibility. Do not give them these screen devices. Do not give them whatever. You paid for it. They have no rights to it. I grew up like that. Unless I paid for it or worked for it, it was not mine. It belonged to the people who paid for it. Hence why this device that I have here, I have to guard with my life. Because being out of work and working jobs that don't pay everything fully, do you think I can afford to buy the actual device? I can pay the bill, I can afford the bill, but to buy these devices now is the amount of rent here and everything. So yes, I had to ask and work my butt off for it to have my family help me pay for a device because it keeps me in touch with them. But it's not my device until it is fully paid off and it's paid off to them. This is their device. So that's why when my ex job, I kept saying, I'm not allowed to put things on this. It's not mine. They're like, but everyone has to have a phone. Everyone has to. Not necessarily. This is more a tool for me to use for my ADA and all the other stuff. But otherwise, I'm sitting here with a book and a flashlight. Because if the power ever goes out, same thing like the way I wired my electronics. I was able to watch the Yankee game and all the games while the cable went out because I have antennas. So is it, Reverend, a gift from Gen X generation that we can get ourselves out of things because we use, what's that book you have there? Because we use common sense, right?
That's what, but then I see how people react. They say Generation X is the best generation. They're able to do things and how they were treated, so they knew how to do things, how to become the people they are. But then they have kids, and these are the
But here's the thing.
Gen Zs.
What happened to them?
Yeah, that's the thing. What happened when they became parents? They just completely lost common sense, and they let their kids roam around being like.
No, but also the schools. This child has to be medicated. This child is this. Why? What? Just teach the children. And this thing they say overcrowding. I went to school. I had 40 kids in my class. Okay, that was the average for a classroom. 40 kids. Now that there's 40 or plus kids in the class, people are freaking out, and I'm like, what the hell is wrong with people? And then did you know that people who have autism, if you go based on the original biopsychology study, it was the derivative of schizophrenia gene mutated, that it traces back to schizophrenia. And a lot of teachers now are saying that these children have schizophrenia, and it's hard because you don't know what's going on and stuff. You don't know what happened at home. You don't know. And that's the thing. Is it the medications they're giving? Is it the fact of this new training method? Is it because when I was being trained, as they say it, like a dog, you know, to function in society, I had to know right from wrong. I had to know my letters. And if I had to take one more handwriting class that does not work, because even on the Kelly Clarkson show, this teacher, I'm not going to name the school or anything, is promoting the calligraphy perception of that it helps dyslexics. No, it does not effing do. I cannot write to this day. Okay. And there are about 90% of the dyslexics that will tell you it does not work. But that is the perception of these people who don't have learning disabilities or disabilities. And they're perceiving that, oh, we know what's best for you. The same like the people around me. Okay. People are perceiving that I am a no good person because they can't prove what I do. They want to be like other people and stuff. Okay. I get it from family. I get it from friends. I get it from people, and it hurts to have to always prove myself when I should not have to, because the perception of others. What's a good example, Reverend? The GoFundMe? Because it'll lead into the other parts. Let's talk about my GoFundMe. Okay. Show my GoFundMe. This has been up for over a year. That's something else, guys. Okay. That's part of perception too. Okay. If you see this and you see that I'm going to be at a convention, right? And everything, you're perceiving I have money, I can do things and stuff like that, right? By the way, guys, if you click that I need subscribers, because that's another part of perception, because somebody's perception of me made me lose about 8 followers. Okay. So that perception there, right? You would think you see a book with my name on it. You see, you think I'm getting money. You think I'm getting whatever, right? I have this little froggy, everything, right? That's your, like, what would you perceive when you see this, right? That I'm talented. I'm getting paid, right? Okay. You got to say it, because in case people are listening, because it's covering. You remember,
sorry.
it's covering.
I forgot. We also run on podcasts. It's like you see a picture of a young woman with a stuffed animal. It's like, oh, okay, but it's out there. People have seen this going through and explains in detail what has happened. But it's also about learning to. It's about reading the information that is stated and not making snide comments and saying, "Oh, this should be changed here." Okay, we changed things here and there. Fine, we did exactly how you say it should be written.
So
Why
now,
can't you throw in $1? Why
okay.
can't you throw in something just
Now,
for
if you
the
put
time?
if you put the GoFundMe up, right?
Mhm.
Okay, because right now that we have up on the screen is the perception. People think they see this, that I don't need the GoFundMe. Show the GoFundMe.
I thought that was,
No, it wasn't the GoFundMe.
okay.
Yeah.
I was saying that was a GoFundMe. Okay, give me a second to.
Yeah.
Let's put on.
The cute
have
one.
it. I know I have it.
I know you have the cute one.
Mercy me. This
And
is the
the
problem I
Amazon
have
driver
with
is
this
stuck.
small screen too, because I can't see anything.
There it is.
There it is.
Okay. So this is the GoFundMe. And the same thing too. You look at the pictures, you perceive things and stuff, right? All right. That, oh, she can go places this, she could do like, and stuff. I used to be able to do that. I could do that, but there was a situation that most people perceived as like, well, how would I put it, Reverend, politely? Because the lawyers all said to me, I can speak about it, I just can't mention names, you know, because everybody knows where if they've watched TARDIS, they know where I've been and stuff, right? But people, if you scan that QR code, could you donate $1 at least, you know? Leave it on the screen for a little bit longer, Reverend, but let's explain when this was started, right? This was started a year ago, right? And it was started because I was let go from my job with the state. We'll put it that way, right? Because that's legit, right? Only to find that talking with the state, there was no reason for me to be let go from my job. I have a very excellent record and everything. I have a letter stating that I have an excellent record and everything. What it was the perception of my job and how I didn't fit in to their perception of what somebody with my given name should be like, and what they perceive somebody with my heritage should be like, and somebody with my learning disability should be like. And I was always an hourly worker on call, meaning that there was supposed to be no set schedule. I was to call in each day, and if they had 10 hours, I take 10 hours. If they had 6 hours, I take 6 hours. If they had like 5, depending on how many hours they had, it was supposed to be I call in every day, right? An alleged supervisor decided that they wanted their per diems to be on a schedule, which defeats the purpose of per diem with the state. And you can look it up and everything, that a per diem is an on-call person. They get no medical benefits, no vacation because it's on call. We are only there to get hours if they're available, which means that we have to have another job. Or this was supposed to be like extra pickup time, and stuff like that. This was not a permanent job, but people perceived it as a permanent job, right? And decided they were going to do things, and allegedly would always make it that if you left and everything, plus dealing with my family's perception of things, I was forced in a catch-22. I had to stay, but at the same time, I was like, I don't want to work here anymore. This is not what per diem was doing, because I had to literally give up my waitressing job that made the most money, because the per diem job was not making me the money. It was my waitressing job was making me my money. I was paying bills with that and everything, but they made me give up my waitressing job. I was working conventions. I tried to juggle it. It was originally 3 conventions I was working, because being a per diem, there was no set schedule. So I would work the days that I wasn't doing the conventions, right? So I lost money there because they forced me into a schedule. Then they forced me to give up one convention, then forced me to give up another convention, saying I had to be convenient for the other people, even though I was not a part-timer or a full-timer. I was an hourly per diem based on hours. Time and attendance had no effect on me. If I didn't work, I didn't get paid. I did not get the same treatment as the others when it came to attendance, time and attendance, and everything. And this was validated after I was let go, because they sent me a packet and I called and I said, this doesn't make sense. When was I allowed to have medical and stuff? They go, wait a minute, what are you talking about? You're not supposed to. And they look and they go like, what did they do to you? And they're looking at everything, and the lawyers are looking it all over, because there was a situation where I worked 16 years on one side because I was working on a reduced schedule because of my learning disability. And like I said, per diem work was to make up for just some pay. It wasn't a permanent gig. It wasn't supposed to be a set schedule, but this supervisor convinced everybody it was. And no matter what you said, they were golden God and everything, right? So you try your best and everything and stuff. I was excelling. I was teaching. I was whatever. There were people who perceiving that if I trip her up this way, why can she do this? How come she can do this, but she can't do that? Like, stop using your disability list. You're not going to get disability coverage. You're not going to get ADA coverage. Like, they would discourage me from everything, knowing they were breaking the federal rights. But the problem is, my state does not recognize my learning disability as a true disability, because it's funny. We have different spectrums, just like autism, but they would recognize autism and give the necessary tools, but not to somebody who's dyslexic, because they can't pinpoint where we are. I have proof when they started with me of how a supervisor who was never there claims that I had a behavioral problem and doesn't know where the dyslexia magically came from. Okay? They couldn't figure out how I got that conversation, because I was submitting things to the Department of Human Rights, other agencies that all got thrown out because when they saw me, they were like, oh, there's no case here. Because my staff was not of my heritage. And they made that clear to me every day. You're the wrong type of person to be working here. Even the clientele would say they did not believe I was working there. I would hear the dumb blonde jokes. I could be liking the same things as another associate, but because I was not part of that clique, part of that whatever, or inbred, I can say that. They said I can say inbred because there was a lot of people related to each other. Because I kept to myself and did my job, they did not like that. But when I needed the help and I asked for help, it was like pulling teeth, or I was being punished for something I didn't do. I owned up for any mistakes I did make because I was not trained properly. Yes. But this last one that let me go from the job was a blessing in disguise, but also a sad time because they set me up. And it was proven, every lawyer I spoke to and everything, because it is a fractal case, they call it. Because on one hand, I need a disabilities lawyer. On another hand, I need a criminal lawyer. On another hand, I need a defamation lawyer. On another hand, I need a liability lawyer, et cetera, et cetera. And that was going to cost too much money. And from the track record of suing the state, I would never see the money. It would be in litigation for 10, 20 years. I would never see the money. Even though I have cases. I have multiple lawyers that have been keeping me updated on things. But this was, and you can tell, a setup. And I have a paper that says I have an excellent record, that nobody can disprove it. You know? Because of people's perception of how I should have been doing my job when they made the job unbearable the last 2.5 years. I was willing to work with them, but they felt it was unfair to the other associates. That's why one of the ADA lawyers was like, how is it unfair to the other associates? Well, they said it was unfair that I had headphones on. It was unfair that I had reading devices, translation devices to myself, all these things, right? And I was only subjected to limited things because this agency had privacy clauses and everything. Understandable. But there are devices that would have worked and were working if the computers didn't crash or people didn't sabotage the things I need. The bad thing was the IT department didn't know what to do with me. They couldn't understand what programs I needed. And then when we finally get some programs that actually work, we come to the day where they were concocting something because they had been doing it for weeks. Because you watch the behaviors of others. They had gone through my phones. They had gone through everything, threatened me. Let's just say I had breakdowns in that thing. I didn't want to go to work. And that was only the last 2.5 years of my 18.5 years there. So that says something, if for 16 years, yes, I was being belittled, treated like garbage and everything else, allegedly and stuff like that. Right. And you got the alleged thing on here, right? Yeah, because it is alleged. And some of it is fact. We do have facts and everything. But I had them say I was a good worker. But they would, in other terms, be two-faced and behind my back say other things. So they even put allegedly one girl on, she ended up leaving because of the stress that these people were doing. Turns out they moved to a new location. I knew they weren't going to take me with them, but they didn't understand what they did is I can still sue, but do I choose to? Because I know I'm not going to see the money. I can sue them individually, but when we did the cost of everything, I just break even. So what do? I'll just leave it to the universe, because on one hand, it was a learning experience. But here's the joke on them. They could have just waited one more year, a year and a half, whatever. And I would have been at 20 years working for them. Because that's funny how I'm let go from a job when ADA compliance and DEI compliance for the United States was questioned. It was that same week that all the DEI programs had to go bye-bye, if you know what I mean. Reverend, do you remember on the news how the DEI programs during that week and they don't realize that ADA is different from DEI, so that's why one lawyer said they screwed up there because ADA is not part of DEI. I do fall under DEI for women, but I fall under ADA for disability. They're not the same. They're two different. Okay? So that was one. That's what one lawyer said. The other lawyer said, why are there two people who are supposed to be doing their job? Okay? Let's put up the is there the disclaimer or anything else we can put up now? Because I think we put that up enough so they can scan. What's the other one we put up? Over 21 content, or what's the other one? Do we have that? Yeah. Okay. So
there is a disclaimer. You can hear me now.
Yeah, there's a disclaimer. So basically, now we come to where alleged has to be on the screen because this is what happened that day. And why a lot of the lawyers say that I am being very grateful to them not suing and just walking away. You understand that, right? After what happened when I told you what happened that day. Because Reverend knew for years, and it started when I got put onto that side the last 2.5 years. I was getting fought for days off, even though I'm a per diem. They couldn't discipline me for attendance because being per diem means you don't work, you don't get paid. We get no medical insurance, no day, and stuff like that. So if I didn't work, I didn't get paid. It's not a disciplinary thing, and stuff like that. They would offer other per diems hours, even though I needed the hours when I wanted to get the hours. So what I did was, because nobody was honoring the contract, they said, oh, per diems are only allowed 18 hours. That was not true. I found out from the state, per diems are allowed anywhere from 20 hours after the first court case, because I had to go to unemployment court because of them, and they screwed my unemployment up, that I'm out almost $10,000 from that. But we don't talk about that I could have sued them for. But the lawyer wanted to add that to the mix and everything. So he was saying, yep, let's see, the $10,000 they lost you during unemployment, right? During the so-called 2020 situation, they call it, right? Because magically the money started showing up, even though we were hourly workers and weren't supposed to get paid during the 2020 situation, right? So that happened. So that's $10,000 they owe me, right? Because I had to pay back all these other things and stuff like that, lost wages, lost whatever, and all because of their rules at this state agency. Then everything was fine. We were getting everything together and stuff. I was bullied. I was treated like garbage. I caught other clerks, because one of the clerks, I love her to death, stopped me for a second. And when I heard what they said about me, I said, you effing no good son of a, right? Don't ever ask me for anything. Don't ever be my friend. Don't whatever or anything. Okay? That's when and it was a supervisor involved too. So that's when I knew, okay, time to keep my eye open, right? And everything. All the stuff progressed and everything. And then, now, I worked for that job at this time 16 and a half years, right? 16 years we'll go with, right? Never once was timed. Never once was ever. We get this one supervisor who would always go to me, bless your heart, child. Like I did not know she was cursing at me. Okay? They started timing us. And I'm like, we were never timed. What are you talking about? I'm here longer than you. I'm hired longer than you people. We never were timed. They contradicted me on that because their perception was, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, yes, I do. I'm here longer. But they go, we're just going to perceive you as, because you're learning disabled, right? And everything and stuff. because they just, and then the perception was always like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing it that way? Why can't you be like us? Why can't you do 4 and 5 make 9, 3 and 6 make 9. Hello, you know, the perception of how it was to be done, even though even the audit clerks, my stacks of work were this big while everybody else was so thin. They're like, she's doing more work than everyone. Why are you criticizing her? She can't succeed. She can't succeed. Like, they did not want me to succeed and surpass anybody. There's even one person that bullied me like crazy who would F up the affidavits and everything and stuff, tried to blame me, and another supervisor tried to say it's somebody who couldn't read, which I got on tape, by the way. Okay. And basically, because New York, I'm going to say it's New York, is a one-party state. Okay. Proved that it was not me, and it was the person they all glorified and everything, right? To the point where when that person tried to help me, somehow karma would always get them. Because their computer programs would die, all the other stuff. Like, every time they tried, people are starting to learn to stay away from me because karma would always be coming, you know? I even had this guy who was a psychic on my line as I'm doing something, and the supervisor that caused all this, allegedly, over the years, he walked by him and he went, what in the world of demons was that? The energy off of this person was pure evil. And he said, how the hell do you work with somebody like that? I said, I got one at home too. So basically, we get to where they move me to the other side because I am not trained in the other side. Because in the 18 years I've been there, of the 16, I worked in a different sector that did not partake in a lot of reading, and it was perfect for a dyslexic because they had short codes, everything. That is why I excelled there. But people would not let me excel. They would always try to mess me up, especially the one that bullied me, who is now in a different agency with the city now and everything at 161. Okay. That's why I will not take a job there. Everyone's like, you better. I was like, not dealing with this. I'm not being bullied. Again, I'm not being whatever, right? So I go over and I try to learn, and they try to teach me. And when they tried to teach me, I could do the simple stuff. Anything that was scannable, anything that was whatever, because I had done it on the other side because we were allowed to do it on the other side, right? Because that was part of my job description there. It's when it came to the complicated stuff where I had to start reading. I had to start, right? And then they timed you. You can't time somebody who has a difficulty with reading. We can get the job done, just don't time us. My brain froze. And they just kept going on and on about things and stuff. Meanwhile, they let other people do whatever they wanted. I mean, one girl was eating chicken at the counter while taking care of people and stuff, while that same supervisor that causes problems was making popcorn in their office. Okay. I've had my phone gone through, even though that's for my ADA stuff. And I was also because I have a situation here at home that I deal with, right? All this stuff is going on. And then we get a supervisor who actually knows what's wrong with me and knows how to deal with me, only to be let go. Another supervisor who knows how to deal things with me, and I was excelling, right? And here's the thing. Per diem, 6 hours a day, 3 days a week, okay? Other people there, 9 hours to 12 hours a day, 5 days a week. Their quota is going to be different from my quota, meaning tallies and everything, right? Why would I always get unsatisfactory? Because they were comparing me to the person who was doing the more work versus my own work. That I had to be at their level only working 6 hours. But here's the thing. Per diem, I came in to people who were either at my station and didn't get up. So by the time I got there and signed on and everything, it was already an hour in of my 6 hours. Then I only got a half-hour lunch while everybody else got an hour, hour and a half, or disappeared every time to go smoke a cigarette or go use the bathroom. Okay. I was low-jacked every time I had to use the bathroom. To the point where they were now going, because the building had sick building syndrome, and where I got 2 double ear infections, eye infections and everything else because of being on that side. Never had problems on the other side. Okay. By the way, there was also an electrical fire in there. They didn't tell anybody and they kept everybody in the building. Okay. Oh, yeah. There's been a lot of, we even had the ceilings fall down with dirty water coming down. And they're like, oh, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm like, really? Okay. One ceiling almost hit one of our coworkers. Okay. If the person had stood where they stood, they would have gotten, they would have won. But a flag also hit one of the coworkers there, and they told that person they couldn't sue. Even though, you know why it was like that? Because, see, when I worked the side where the flags were kept, part of my job responsibilities was to make sure everything was set in the rooms. Everything was set on the, right? You know what I mean? If anything was broken or missing, I had to report it, right? That job was taken away from me because of presumption and perception that a girl cannot do that, and was given to somebody else who had the title of mailroom person and everything, right? But that meant that nobody was taking responsibility for the safety and everything. So when this person was in that room, the thing fell on them. And I said, who was checking to make sure? You're supposed to check that? They went to me. I said, yes. So, yeah. So this is what the perception of people is, that when they wanted to perceive and try to destroy what I can do and everything, it backfires on them. Hence why when we got to coming, like when I want to do conventions and stuff again, in 2024, they were threatening me a lot. Because they said, oh, you can't take those days off, even though it was one day and I had Fridays off, right? I just needed one day off. I wasn't getting paid for it. You know what I mean? It was money out of my pocket, and stuff like that. But no, it was like pulling teeth, because they would say, you're not allowed to have a vacation. You're not allowed to have this. It's one day. I asked for one day. No. And even though I had more seniority than most people, because I was per diem, they were like, nope, these people have seniority. And it was the same people getting days off. Even the people who wanted days off too were getting mad, right? But who got the brunt of it? Me and everything. They even tried messing up my money. They even tried messing up things. They even gave me a Jamaican quarter one time. Now, here's the funny part. If you're saying I'm so messed up as a dyslexic and everything, how do I know what a Jamaican quarter is? And I knew it was the wrong quarter, but you took it in your audit thing and didn't take it out. You were trying to get me in trouble? Hell friggin' no. Okay? I'm not taking this bank. There were times they gave me Canadian money and everything. I said, I'm not taking this bank. Stop it. And stuff like that. They thought they had a patsy whenever they would do money situations and make sure they would mark it. They would give me the one that always had the mistake in it. And meanwhile, there was another dyslexic who was allowed to keep her paperwork job, who was allowed to work in the money room. And I'm sitting there going like, but that's what I was doing over there. Why are you saying I can't do it? And then, they're allowed to keep their job the way it was, but I'm not allowed. Okay. So yeah, I went and I said, okay, if I'm only allowed here 18 hours and you're not giving me extra hours or anything, bye. I'm just doing my 18 hours. Guys, I got to leave. I can't stay. Bye. Guys, I got to leave. I took a pay cut out of my 18 hours, not taking extra hours like I used to. Because why am I going to work for a job that treated me like that? Would not give me the correct ADA tools. Kept denying that I was ADA because they couldn't understand the difference and everything. Kept saying I had a behavioral problem, all this stuff, right? To the point where I'm dancing around why I was let go, I was helping after, let's see what happened. It was around Christmas time, everything. I had just gotten back from the conventions, all that stuff and everything, right? And everything. It was around December. We have, like I said, the supervisor that causes allegedly all the stuff and everything always likes to write people up for the stupidest things they're not supposed to. The union knew about it, everything. They try to just, because they themselves can't understand when to stop. You know what I mean? We get a new supervisor that came with this other supervisor. Clearly, the supervisor does not like my heritage. The supervisor used to allow other people to go through their purse, allow other people to go through their desk and everything, because, like I said, my heritage was not really at that location. Okay? So, you get the mixed reviews, like, don't look at my desk, don't look at this. Meanwhile, right? And I found out it was because of the perception people have of me towards because the people that know me from the job were like, oh, you're like the best. Like, I learned more from you than anything. Like, I would teach people. I would, right? They're like, you teach me better than the supervisors do. I said, yeah, because I'm here 18. They go, wait, you're here. We didn't know you were here. We thought you were just starting like us. I said, where'd you hear that? I've been here like forever and stuff. I have a hard time. So maybe if we learn together, it's easier. Because a lot of times if we learn together, sometimes it is easier. The perception of how people learn. They didn't like that. They wanted everybody the same way, and nobody can learn the same way. So when I was able to start comprehending, now here's the thing, I started to understand things and I started to get it and I started to comprehend is when they went, uh-oh, we're fucked. Because I look at the time we're in, right? It's after 8. Because now that meant the dyslexic that they were deeming as deranged and can't do anything and has to be let go because they're not 100%, right? Is now understanding things. We have to find another way to get rid of them. So what did they do? Anxiety attacks, mess with my work, threaten, go through my phone, found things that weren't there, accused me of things that weren't there, days I wasn't there and stuff, right? To the point where we get to the day. Okay? Drew out, and I even do this for the lawyers. The lawyers love the map I drew out and everything because they said, this is okay. I come in. Now, prior to that, I've been dealing with that new supervisor who does not like my heritage and tried to even cost me get me in trouble at another location as well, right? So I come in, they put me on camera, and I'm like, okay, you're only put on camera of one of two things. One, they don't have a spot, or two, you're being fired. Okay? So what happened was, prior to that situation, right, I was helping a motorist on my station. I shouldn't have said that. Now you know where I worked. But it's okay. I can say that. Okay? I was helping a client who drives. Okay, we'll put it that way, right? That's not hurting anybody. This client was also disabled and had a stroke, everything, and stuff like that. And I am there with my devices for my dyslexia, for my understand, because due to my dyslexia, I cannot speak another language. This gentleman could not speak English. So I'm using my devices. Meanwhile, on the station a few feet away from me, like maybe 24 inches away and stuff, is one person that can speak Spanish. That's on this side of me, right? And about maybe the same distance, about 24 inches, give or take, right? On the other side of me, who's supposed to be taking pictures over here, also knows how to speak Spanish, but decided to sit right here behind me and have a conversation about this one's child's birthday party because they had just gotten back from the flu, while this one was ignoring the cameras and not calling people, and we were getting backed up. Okay? So I could hear right here. Now remember, this one has the flu, by the way, guys. This one has the flu, right? Right here on top of me, where they should be at their stations, which are like 24 inches away. Okay? Not paying attention to my thing, but I can hear them talk about their thing while I'm trying to concentrate because I need focus while dealing with this person. Okay? The person had photocopies. Now, our office policy is supposed to trump and trump meaning like in poker, people, Reverend, can you confirm that we're not talking about
Yes, the
the perception
verbal use of the word Trump as in poker, not anyone named of sort.
right?
He has
That's
nothing to do with it.
That's perception as well. See,
Exactly.
perception. See, that's what the show's about. So while those two are chattering back there, I'm struggling trying to get this poor gentleman who is paralyzed on his left side, who is literally trying to pull up on his cell phone because office policy was if they gave you a photocopy, we need to see the original, right? I was nowhere in any computer programs except for my language and my dyslexia programs, okay? We tried multiple attempts. Meanwhile, these two are still chatting away, not doing their job, chatting. And I'm like trying to, right? And I'm struggling, and I'm thinking maybe one of them, if they're because they're chatting and watching everything I'm doing, maybe they would volunteer themselves to basically help me with this gentleman, right? They see me struggling, see him struggling, and since they were doing nothing but chattering, right? Would they have not been nice people and help? No. Because what happened? Because he locked out his phone, he needed to call the bank, right? Because when he went to go get his account, the account got locked out because we were having a lot of people giving us false addresses. That's why, and according to the instruction paper, it says we do not accept photocopies, right? So I was following office policy and everything. Also, the information, if he had pulled it off his phone, was going to a shared mailbox that anyone had access to if they knew the password. That doesn't mean only supervisors. That means any sub-supervisor or anyone doing the paperwork, hence the other dyslexic sitting back there doing paperwork and evaluating all of the supervisors' evaluations and perceptions of the employees. So that's another thing that was a little weird, that a person was going over the supervisor's perceptions of what your workload would be and correcting the supervisor, even though they were not a supervisor. So I love that perception, right? So I pull up the customer service number like we do when we get a customer service number for birth certificates. Anybody that has a photocopy, we get them a customer service number so they can sit down and call and figure out how to get things and stuff, right? Everyday training that I was trained because of everything, right? Because of the office needs and all that. Why is the one that's, okay, this is the one on this side, this one. Why does the one on this side who's supposed to be taking pictures screams out, "What the F are you doing?" I'm like, I'm getting a customer service number. This is what we do. No, you're not. And I'm like, I'm not doing anything. I'm typing in to get a customer service number. They're like, no, you're trying to take the accounts and everything. You're going into, you're doing malfeasance. And I'm like, no, I'm not. And the gentleman is saying to them in Spanish that she's getting me a number. Even the proprio people who were translating for me said, I had nothing open. I was just doing paperwork. So what do they do? Instead of helping me, the one that's taking the pictures, who is still chatting away, that's why they were distracted and didn't know what I was doing. Because also, why are you watching me while you're doing that and everything? That's a little suspicious. You should have been doing your own job. Okay? Walks to that supervisor does not like my heritage, right? Who is 30 feet away, is on the other side of the building from where I am. They're at the exit on the other side. They are 4 desks away from me. And a desk is normally 3 feet, right? Or something like that. 10 feet. What is a desk normally? 3 feet, right?
Yeah, about 3 feet.
3 feet, 6, 9, 12. So 12 feet, like whatever and stuff, but they were even further down, right? Gets them and tells them what's going on. I'm like, but this is what I'm doing. I'm trying to find this. They're saying, please stop, and everything, right? Meanwhile, they all talk and everything. And I'm like, what did I do? I didn't do anything wrong. And they were trying to point site law in the thing. And I said, well, I did not pull up any information. I am working with paperwork. What are you talking about? I'm following office protocols. They were trying everything to discredit me, right? I refused to sign. Guess what happened? This was the end going into Christmas and everything, right? I got the flu because that Gabby person right there about their son's birthday party gave me the flu. And then other people had the flu. So I was there for Christmas because we had the Christmas pajamas and everything and stuff that I had to pay for. And that was another thing too. I had to pay for everything every time they changed something because I was following everybody else, to the point where I caught the flu. So I wasn't there for New Year's. I wasn't there for whatever, right? And everything. And this was in 24. So December of 24, we just had New Year's. I come back the first day, right? Everything seemed fine, everything else, right? They tried to get me to, like everything was fine and everything, right? I have my Tuesday off. Okay. I come back on Wednesday. I'm on photo. Here we go. Now I'm on photo. They brought me upstairs and said if I didn't sign this, I was going to be let go. I said, excuse me? Oh, this is the revision from your rebuttal. I said, where's the original? Oh, we can't find the original. Really? Okay. So she tried to get me to sign. I scratched it and I said, nope, right? And everything. Don't try to do this to me and everything, right? They took that and gave me a grease stain because she was eating lunch, chicken, photocopy of a termination letter. I went, I'm free. God, I'm free. And they're like, what are you talking about? I said, we're done here, right? Because if you're saying I'm no more because that's what you guys wanted and perceived that I could not handle this job, even though I was there for 18 and a half years, and magically now, right? As soon as the DEI stuff, as soon as the other, right? I'm like, bye. I got up, went to go get my stuff, and they're like, where are you? I said, we're done, right? I'm free. And I'm screaming through the hallway to the locker room, I'm free, like everything, right? Because I knew they weren't going to take me to the next location. I knew they were concocting because they had a list on their desk of people they were firing because they had just fired the people who are of LGBTQ, allegedly, prior to me being fired. Because that office wanted, there's a few still LGBTQ there, but they're related to, allegedly, people there. So you see where I'm going with this, right? It was us that did our job and made waves because we were doing our job and asking questions, were let go. Okay? So what happens? They follow me down the hallway and I'm like, well, I just want to get my stuff and everything, guys, and all that stuff, right? I just want to get everything because I had already had half of my stuff. My other case was downstairs, but that had mostly like my pens, my, other things. I don't know if I left anything in there, but at this point right now, I was not going down because I didn't know if they were going to sabotage me or anything because they could have put something in there and I go to get my case, that, I paid for that one. Well, technically I borrowed it from one of the supervisors and she said, just pay me for it later. If you don't pay me, just give it back to me, right? Once we get you a new one or once you pick up something, right? That supervisor was on for funeral leave, bereavement because of things. So there was no way I had anybody backing me up and nobody backed me up. People thought I was on vacation. Oh, that's a good, right. They didn't know I was fired. They thought I was on vacation. They thought I was on temporary FMLA because of the things happening at home. They thought I was taking a sabbatical for a month because of my health. They were told so many different lies and everything. Okay? So I left, but I left some stuff there and everything because they never called me by my preferred name. They never called me by whatever and stuff like that, but they did for everybody else. So I left, got lawyers, talked to everything. Turns out when I got the last results back from the Department of Human Rights that they wanted me to review, it seems they were trying to fire me from earlier in 2024. They got the wrong dates on things, all this other stuff. This was all premeditated. So the lawyer looked at it and said, this is all premeditated. They got people's names wrong. This is not the right people. This is not what was said. This was not whatever, because I had submitted all my rebuttals. I submitted everything. And they're like, this was all premeditated. We can get them on premeditated, premature, the perception problems, and everything. That's why they said, they were like, you want to, I have a choice. I can sue. But I chose not to because, one, I don't have the money. And two, it's not just one lawyer because it has to now go through ADA lawyers. It has to go through criminal. It has to go through everything. And knowing the way the state is, you ain't getting any money. But here's the crazy part. We found out that it could have been somebody in HR who was aiding and abetting because of other situations concerning me here in my home. Like they were finding there were people that knew of me and knew me. And there's a lot of more stuff coming out. That's why when I double checked everything and found that my paperwork, everything says that I have a clear record, is because the lawyers did what they did and found everything and stuff and found that I was not in the wrong. It was the people who did what they did. Now, the only outcome is I can sue individuals. But do I want to do that? No. I'll let karma take care of that. You know? The bad thing is I have not been able to find work because of perception of people. Because we don't know if it's the perception of the people that were involved saying things. Because according to the HR department that I've been working with, there's nothing that can be said because they went through my records and said, you actually have an excellent record. They don't know why my it's supposed to be like this thing where they do the reviews that's supposed to get rid of every 2 years. Every time I kept requesting my personal files to be expunged, they would not expunge it. So when they went through the HR, they're like, we can't use this, that can't be used, that can't be used. There's nothing on me. But there is proof of how these people treated me. And right now, that said alleged supervisor is retiring now. They actually want $125 from people. You want to know how I found out? Not only one person called me, but multiple people called me and said, are you coming to the retirement party? I said, what? None of you had my back. You let this person abuse me. And you want me to come to the retirement party. I'm looking at them like, what planet and what is your perception of the situation? Because like I said, if I see these people outside, I want nothing to do with them. There are only 2 people I will deal with because they've proven to be my friend. You know, they proved to be friends. They didn't play games. They even tried to fight for me and met with people that said, screw you. Okay. But there are those people that just keep presuming that the GoFundMe is fake. What happened to me is fake because they don't want to admit what they did, or they don't want to admit that this is happening to people. Okay. And it gets me upset. So the perception of people saying that my GoFundMe is fake is not, because there is no way to find jobs right now, being this age of alleged AI, or the perception of people who feel that if you have a learning disability or anything, you are not able to handle anything. It is a hardship. And I'm surprised Ramona gave up after a while, because I'm looking at the chats and nobody's chatting right now. Which means, did I perceive correctly and found that those were alleged fake sites? Or did I presume incorrectly? I'd like to know.
Ramona usually stays for a little bit, then
Yeah, I know.
she goes off.
I'm just saying for the other sites, you know
But
what
for
I
the
mean?
other ones, yeah, there was no picture for them. They just made little comments and then they went away. It's okay.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's like, that's what perception is. Am I perceiving that I was right? Are people perceiving that they would rather listen to rumors than my truth? Because the funny part is, the one that takes the pictures always fought with people. Your signature is not right. You have to do their perception of how the world is that their religious beliefs were taking control over how they viewed everything. Everything had to be perfect. They had more OCD than you would think. And I was very shocked about the other one, because the other one, when confronted, who made the accusation and everything, said, no, I didn't. I was on her side. When one of the persons asked them, they have them down, because I told you, I dealt with lawyers. I have all the information. I have all the testimonies. I have everything, you know? And I had to write and explain everything, but there were things that were being sent to me, DocuSigns and all this other stuff. Did I win? Did I not win? But what hurt the worst was when I went to the Department of Human Rights and my case was like dismissed and everything and stuff, right? To find that the person who dismissed it knows all the people that were my accusers. And also, when I did research on this person, found that that same person is being brought up against in human rights for dismissing certain people of my heritage as cases that were deemed not in their eyes, case worthy, even though our rights were messed up. They would question my hair, they would question my walking, my cane, my everything. So yeah, so a GoFundMe to help me pay my rent and everything, because my money's run out. Yes, I have people that might be able to help me, but they're writing bills for me to pay them later. This is not a free ride for me, people. If someone's helping me, I still have to pay them, Oh, right, let's see if I have a funny feeling. Let's see where it is. Yep. You're going to hear the bell, people, and everything. Reverend, can you just tell them everything while I go get this? Because it might be the surprise. It's probably actually so I don't cry. You know what I mean? Explain your situation with the GoFundMe, how you created it for me. And it gave you a cue. Reverend, are you on mute? Are you on mute?
Maybe it's just a mute. Maybe it's a good thing I didn't.
Maybe there was a reason, the universe.
Just me forgetting. Since I work in retail, I deal with these people. I think they can say and do whatever they want because they are spending money. How they are, especially in this location, how I can see, and as my other coworkers and such. I'm gonna mute you there. Okay. How you say yes? Our education is generally better because you see these people walking around not being able to read, or as stated by certain others, how big is the store? Because there's always someone saying, well, it says this, it says that. It's like, no, if you read properly and see what it said, you wouldn't be whining about saying, oh, this says this. No, they don't, because they think the customer's always right. No, that's not even the original saying. It was changed because people are the way they are. This person who said, are you the guy I talked to? I said, no. I said, well, speak to the manager, and go over to the manager. My wife got this thing for this price. I'm thinking, what? This is a retail. This is not wholesale. You can't get my mind. So I called the one lead cashier and said, yes, that guy was trying to get this thing, and she goes, how much? I said, for this? He goes, no way. Because that's what our manager politely, because it has to be dealing with customers, said he was only making so much money. There's no way he could sell this item for that low of a price. I wanted to say, I wanted to say loudly, and they all know I wanted to say loudly, go to a warehouse store. That's what wholesale is all about. But their perception of thinking, well, they're the customer, they're always right, they can have anything they want to. Why don't you have any discounts? I said, we don't even get discounts. So what? So, and I just continue onward. And I'm being much better because my karma and my, such, knowing that these people will get what they deserve. The lack of respect, the ignorance, the ability of not able to read signs properly just shows that these people are not, they had poor schooling. They're in a place of, well, schools do not want to lose their funding, so they just let them go and say no child left behind, especially when these schools come in with, they go through the line with candy bars and cupcakes, cakes, and all this junk food. I say, oh, yes, put it on it's tax exempt and put it on the school's bill. So they're hyping up all these kids.
Reverend, remember perception of how people perceive things. This is your perception,
I did
but
say
also
perception.
right, and then they have their perception of what your perception is. That's why they perceive things the way they do, because, like you said, education.
I
And
said
everything.
allegedly.
That's why allegedly's on. But that's
Right up
because
there.
the education perceives that everyone understands in this day and age, not knowing that what they perceive is not true, and they sometimes should be having themselves checked. They understand things.
I'm going to get my book of common sense out because,
Mhm.
again,
Like,
honestly, how does Generation X, being one of the greatest generations out there, have kids and this is what's come about?
because technology. Come put me back on because I think I'm not
Okay.
teary as much. Okay.
Yeah,
Um.
I'm just going to lose it.
No, you're gonna put both of us on because it's
Oh.
of everything. Okay. It is the perception of, because we didn't have the technology then. We're older than Google. People still forget that damn thing. Right?
Card catalogs of trying to figure out location
Phone books.
here and that's shelf there and that little section there.
Yeah, because
And
now
then
you have a
writing
robot
in the
that
cards.
now you have a robot that puts things in.
Yeah.
So think about it. If they're the generation that does not know how to use a telephone, that does not know how to, like, you've seen how they react to rotary phones and push button phones. I still have a push button phone right here. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Let's see. Can you hear it?
Well, we have push button phones at work. You know,
Yeah, I have push button
it's
phone.
sticky, but we have push buttons phone at work.
Okay, I have a push button phone.
Yeah.
And I also have this thing. So that's what I mean about it next centennial. I can do the analog, I can do the digital. They are just the straight digital. They are Code Lyoko, if you guys know that series, the digital generation. You know, they are Code Lyoko, and they cannot understand how to perceive things because there have been funny videos of them trying to perceive telephones, telephone books, everything. But here's the funny part: Gen Alpha. I love that Gen. They're baby Gen X, but they're not fully Gen X.
Yeah.
Have brought back. They want physical media because they're tired of the digital age. They're tired of digital. They're tired of AI. They are tired of this stuff. Because for me to understand things, I had to write it out. Now people just press a button. Like, they have proven that if you allow, sorry, confirmation cough, a computer to type it all out for you. Now, there was a difference. I had Dragon Speak, which was a dictation device that took my words and put them on paper. Now you have somebody that does cat, tree, and dog, and you get a 20-page paper on a cat, a tree, and a dog that nobody can reply back because they didn't write it. Now, is that plagiarism or is that, right? Who's the artist? Who's the whatever? Same goes for like book reports. I'll give you a good one, and I'll use different generations. Me, my sister, and my niece had the same nun in Catholic school. That's scary, right? Okay. Had the same nun teacher for our 3rd grade class. I had her first, my sister had her second, and my niece had her. Okay. And I'm going to tell you gauge gaps. I'm 2.5 years older than my sister. So you say 3 because of the way school education is, right? Then you get my niece, who is at the time little 3rd grader, but that's like how many years after my sister? So let's say 20, almost 30 years after this nun, right? Big gap. Okay. Right. By the time she has my niece and everything, by the time my niece is old enough to be in that class. Okay. When I wrote my book report, it had to be 5 to 7 pages. And by the way, it was on Spaceballs.
Watch out.
Because I have Spaceballs, the book. We had to with my learning disability, because I wasn't diagnosed till 6th grade, but they had a suspicion, right? A perceptual suspicion. I did my book report, but at the time they wanted you to do outlines and this stuff and everything. So I had to, which I hated, even though the way I wrote my stories was in outline form, I still had to do an outline, then the story, and then the finalization, 5 to 7 pages. Okay. On a book report for a 3rd grader. And this was in the 80s. Okay. Sister, same way. Comes along 3 years later. Same nun, same everything, right? Later 80s, right? The later 80s. She gets 3 to 5 pages. Still has to do an outline, still has to do whatever, right? And everything, but it's 3 to 5 instead of 5 to 7. I'm like, okay. You're thinking in 3 years, she wants to get through the class, and stuff like that, right? And everything, okay? It's still 3 to 5 pages book report, right? Now, you fast forward to my niece, who also got told that because her grandfather is a Vietnam vet, that was not true because of people's perception, because her classmates' grandfathers were in the other wars after in the 90s. That tells you something about perception too. Okay. So she goes to do a book report. I'm like, oh, cool. This is your outline? She wanted to show me. I said, no. She goes, no, Auntie, this is my book report. I'm like, no, that's your outline. No, that's my book report. I'm like, it had 4 bubbles with 3 lines in it. What is your topic? What is the meaning of the story? 1 page. It was already photocopied out of a book. She just had to fill in the lines. And I'm sitting there going like, wait, who's your teacher? She goes, this, the nun, right? That she says the name. I said, excuse me? And my mother being the pack rat, I said, pull out my book report. Showed my niece. This is the same teacher. My 7-page book report, because mom doesn't throw anything out, to her 1-page summary page. That was 3 lines about the topic or the name of the book. It basically was the name of the book, who it's by, and the author. The next line was, tell me the book, right? Tell me this, and then conclusion. 3 lines. 4 little thingies on 1 page. They had little cartoon characters drawn around them. Even her religion book. Mine was this thick. My sister's was this thick. And my niece was that thick. And she's not I don't know if she is technically Gen Z. What's the years for Gen Z? I'm not going to say it out loud, but what's the years for Gen Z? She might be baby millennial. Like I'm baby Gen X.
Age range?
What's the age range, yeah. Or the year for Gen Z?
Generally between 1997 and 2012.
For Gen Z.
Yeah. Making them roughly 13 to 28 years old. Last year.
So she does fall under that? God damn. Because she's a teacher of special ed now. That's why I don't understand. Now, the only thing I can think of is because she was raised by a Gen X auntie and a baby boomer grandfather. Who didn't play games. So that's what I'm thinking. But her brother, who is technically 4 years younger, 5 years younger, falls in that. What's the ending year?
2012. When the should have ended.
Is a true Gen Z. Is a true Gen Z. I'll put it that way. You can see the difference. So because she might be an older Z and he's a younger Z, could play a part in it. But you can see the difference in intelligence. I'm not calling. I'm calling out facts because I raised, and also I raised my niece. My sister raised my brother. I mean, my nephew. My brother-in-law tried to raise them, but he was always working. And yes, that was a Freudian slip because I'm dealing with a lot of things on my mind because most of my guy friends are my brothers, And this is the craziest part on everything. But that's the perception of things, how you perceive things. Are we going to still perceive some Gen Zs but then now you see, like I said, my niece is a Gen Zer who defies all the Gen Z logic, But my nephew shows that he is a Gen Zer, totally. I'm going to say I should say when my sister I said raising brothers, when she had to deal with my brother-in-law, he's supposed to be baby Gen X, but he doesn't act like it. He acts more like a millennial. So what do you think tonight? Were we more ranting and raving, or were we pointing out the fact that people should not perceive what they don't know? Because, I mean, even with acting and me and stuff, people don't they presume that I don't know people in the voiceover world. They presume I don't know anybody in the entertainment world, and stuff like that. But when you sign NDAs and NDOs, you cannot speak of things, You have to stay under the radar. And because I was raised sheltered and not out, and we didn't use technology for a while, guys, Reverend, what did I tell you last night that you were shocked about with the Social Security? That I didn't get a Social Security card till I was 12.
Oh yes, when you and your sister did not receive a Social Security card until you reached a certain age, which because your
family
did not want to go through it because we were talking about birthdays and everything else.
Yeah, and that's why my Social Security card is weird, because for my age group, mine doesn't start with the correct number as most people in my generation.
And because you went through Catholic school, it did not apply. As going through public schools, you had to have this information.
The only reason you got a Social Security card was if you were doing work study, or basically the law changed, and that's what happened. The law changed. The perception was you didn't need it unless you were going to work. Or the fact that, like, I did scratch work for years. Some of it I can't talk about because some of it's lost to time. They don't keep records that far. Remember, we went from analog to digital. It was fairly new, reel to digital. So I was that generation. I was still using quarters, calling in the city on payphones. Payphones were still in the city when I was doing things. I'd have a roll. My bag would be so heavy because I had a roll of quarters, because I had to call agents. I had to call things and stuff, We didn't use our cell phone. They were flip phone. We didn't use them like you guys use them, And that's what also hurts, because the perception now is that nobody talks to anybody. You talk at people, you presume you know who they are, but it's mostly out of jealousy and things that you don't know. And it hurts. Like right now, I'm checking. Let me check my page, because Reverend, can you explain to everybody that you're airing this on your channel right now because I'm deemed as a guest and my channel only gets it afterwards? Yeah.
That doesn't make sense to me, but I guess so. When I did put my address here, and the other one, which is the show, is now gone. The other show
you don't speak of that because of the perception of others.
Yeah, exactly. I would use the link and say, okay, the destinations, they'll be here. But when I would watch when we're on the other show that we're always part of, and I would go to my pages and see there was a delay. It doesn't make any sense.
Like this. It's like how do you perceive this show if it says in the corner, if you got it up there, right? You got my little thingy up there?
Oh, you
The little yeah. This is my show, Gadget Pendragon After Dark.
Yeah.
Most people would perceive it as like, okay, what's going on and everything. Like, that's not a show. It's just them rambling on and everything, right? But nowadays, because of AI, we need realism. And if there's bloopers and everything in it, I don't care. See, that's the difference where I'm having an alleged person keep perceiving that I am somebody who is a fake and who is whatever, because they don't know my history, or they're mad because they were caught in things. And that's the same thing like with this. That's why I keep telling everybody, you're not my first haters. Guys, you're not my first haters. Enough. Stop fighting for my attention. Okay? You're all equally my haters. I love you all as my haters. Because without you haters, I wouldn't be where I am. Because you haters are feeding to the people who are like, let me go look and see what's going on with her and find out, oh, she's really cool. She's really nice. She's really whatever, you know? And that's the thing. What is like, if you have these Bible things and stuff, right? Ye without sin cast the first stone. I don't think anybody can throw a stone because nobody's without sin. Okay? What's another one? Like one of those proverbs and everything that Gen Z doesn't understand. We're not throwing stones at people. We're talking about that if you think that I'm to be punished because I can do things and you can't because you don't try, or you want to destroy me because you want what I have, that's why my aunt taught me not to be jealous, hateful, and envious, because look what it could lead to: paranoia, obsession, things like that. There are people that perceive people with learning disabilities that we're obsessed with things and stuff. Some people have ADHD, some people have OCD, some people have whatever. We have what we like, but you're not going to see me go stalk somebody and everything and stuff, because I have been stalked. Okay? Not once, not twice. I have been stalked. I've had alleged death threats against me. Not once, not twice. I've had other ones. Like, I love how some people think they're the only ones that are saying these things when I'm sitting there going like, yeah, and what else? Because you look like the fool when you get proven wrong, you know? Because, like I said, I have on my Instagram, pop up my Instagram, that if anybody wants to subscribe to my Instagram and everything, if you're here for the drama, just, you know, we don't have a Gadget Pendragon After Dark Instagram yet because thank you to the changes at Meta, allegedly, you know? But this is my Instagram channel, and Reverend likes it because it's colorful. The one that has the pink and the...
Oh, the banner, the media assets, the pink one.
The pink one.
Punk.
Yeah. That is my Instagram, people. We're going to leave it on for a second so you guys can see it, because by the time people watch this and everything and stuff, I was doing well. Then Meta changed their thing about lives and everything, right? So now you need 1,000 followers. I was doing good and stuff, right? And then here comes along people who believe a wild tale from someone that allegedly, through their perception of things, feels that I should be destroyed. Take a number. Reverend, how many numbers have been taken on me? Let's see. There was the job.
Yeah.
There was my family.
Mm-hmm.
There was another person that we that thinks they're the only one that's allowed to threaten and everything, right? Allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
There have been other people like in all the years you've known me. How many times? Like as much as five different types of things have tried to take me out, right?
And yes, more over there.
Yeah.
As well.
So, like I said, nobody's the first, nobody's the last, nobody's whatever. It's just stop fighting for my attention. Otherwise, I will send pacifiers and blankies, you know, because I'm perceived as the person that everybody hates, right? But then again, how am I the con mom who takes care of everybody at conventions? How am I the go-to person when people have meltdowns and breakdowns and everything and stuff? Okay. How am I the person that people come to for ideas of shows and everything? How am I the person who signed so many NDAs and NDOs and know people, but because people are jealous of that fact, want to destroy me? How many times do I have people who use me as the scapegoat because of the perception others have given them? You know, look at the perception of that one supervisor at my job who started with me. I had hell for 18 and a half years. And every time I proved that supervisor wrong, it got worse and worse, you know? And now that I've proven that it was not me, because they always say, if you remove a person that you think is the problem and the problem remains, likely that person was not the problem. And then to say that I'm worried about likes, subscribes, and everything and stuff, that is so beneath that, you know, I do this for fun. I do this as therapy, you know? I do this as a way to meet other people and get to know people. But that is why I don't like fakes, liars, cheaters, people who hide behind other profiles. If you cannot be honest with me from day one that you are jealous of me, that I'm taking people away from you because of your insecurities and stuff, we need to talk this out. And that's what the perception of the world is today. We do not talk things out. You think it's been on long enough for them to scan, right?
Let me get a second.
Give it a
Click back
second.
here.
Yeah.
And go punk.
Because we even have this new device now. Every time someone says something perceptionally wrong, let's put it that way, would you like to show them what we have? Because it is adorable. Yes, people, we have a no trolls button. We have basically that if you're a troll or suspected troll, your name would probably be popping up there and we play the video. Because we will shout out the trolls. I want this channel to be fun, entertaining, because I have a lot of people that might want to come on, but there is a problem. When you get the perception of others who are so used to people, Reverend, I don't know how to put it, because we have to put it in a way that Gen Z and the people who presume they are always allowed to do this. Let's put it that way. How do we perceive this? What is mine is not yours. You can emulate it. I will teach you how to be like it. But you cannot have it. It is not belonging to you. It's not your toy. This is my toy. This was in the works a while ago. You know? Because you have people presuming that being after dark is a thing, but I used to work on Anime After Dark podcast. I used to work on other podcasts and everything that had the title After Dark in it. Not only somebody else's, which we found out later belongs to a gentleman's club, we'll put it that way. So that's a little hard. No pun intended.
I'm going to have to find something new. I'm going to have to find the media assets and go.
Sorry.
Let's see.
I said it. The gentleman's club, nothing, you know? I mean, they have to be careful with names. That's why we research names and everything and stuff, right? I mean, like, if you tell somebody that you're no more in existence, you know, leave my properties alone, or Don't try to destroy my success when you can learn how to be successful, you know? Don't steal from others. If someone is willing to help you or teach you, you know, like I love YouTube channels that say, you want to learn? I'll teach you. You want to borrow it? You can do it no matter what, because they were taught the thing, you know? So they're paying it forward. And people are going to be like, oh, but she said it this way. She's being mean. That's perception, people. So the person watching this later, who doesn't watch it all the way through, only watches it in like fast forward, right? You're going to perceive it differently than someone who sat here for 2 hours, 35 minutes, and 22 seconds and watched it all the way through and perceive it that way. Just like my job perceived the fact that they thought it was okay for two people who weren't doing their job to watch what I was doing and use it as a cover, get me sick with the flu, only to let me go because they didn't want to bring me with them. And yet they're still having problems. So who was the problem? You know, they're still having the same problems they had before. I mean, there's some alleged other things going on there that I'm surprised those people are still there. But because they know the people are related, allegedly, they get things. And my lawyer said, as long as I don't mention names or anything, I can talk about this because it has happened to me. It's over a year. I have proof that I've done nothing wrong. You know, they are not allowed to discredit my name, and I'm not discrediting theirs. I'm just pointing out facts that they should have been doing their job and minding their own business. You know, but that was their perception of how they wanted to proceed going forward. My perception is this: I want nothing to do with you people, and never call me again to tell me that this person is retiring and everything because you guys want me to come. And I'm like, for what? You know? Or with family that perceives that what I do in the entertainment world is not their. See, I use the word cup of tea, but somebody might get paranoid over that because I am also Irish. And we say that expression, not your cup of tea. It does not mean something else, people. And that is the perception of people who think that if you hear that word, they own that word. They don't own that word. So my family doesn't like what I do. It's a long time coming, but I want nothing to do with my sister. I'm going to be honest. Because her perception of me is something, and the way she treats me, my family doesn't want to perceive as being a bully. So I want nothing to do with her. I will be civil, yes. But when it comes down to it, I want nothing to do with her. And after the way I was treated by my rest of the family with a situation, I'm taking that lightly and everything. Same with here. The perception of people, how they view me, is based on how people who don't hang with me see me. And it hurts because I have people who know me inside and out, who talk with me 24/7, who are very upset with the people who are allegedly right now trying to say bad things about me and perceive things to others, are mad at my job for letting me go because I was a good worker. You know, everyone knows how good a person I am. It's the people who get jealous of it are where the perception gets skewed. And that's what hurts, because if you're going to leave my Instagram page because of somebody's perception of me, even though you knew me longer, tells me you were not my friend. You never wanted to be my friend, and you were only there because of the other friends that I knew that were famous. Because that has happened to me before. That's why people who think that I care about likes and shares or anything, I don't. Because to me, this is supposed to be fun, get to know people, and send people on a journey, you know? I would rather see people succeed than be like people who think that I am here controlling, destroying, and doing things while they are themselves actually destroying themselves because they are fixated on the fact that their perception of me is wrong. So I don't care what you perceive of me tonight. I will still keep doing my shows. But if you're singling yourself out based on your perception of what I'm talking about, you missed the mark with this show about perception. This was a generalization of how people perceive life. Where's that other stuff I had on there? The 6 and the 9 and the other,
Oh
the
yes,
mirror.
that's
Yeah, I wanted to show. Yeah, because that's going to turn into something, because we have another show we want to do for you. Because it is Mental Health Awareness Month. And this perception deals with mental health, because if your perception is so off, what does that do mentally to you? Because right now I'm going through anxiety, and some people said depression, but it was not depression like my doctor says. This is not clinical or anything. It is because people have done things to you and you're upset and you have no outlet. So that's the perception of people. They hear you have anxiety and depression, but they don't realize that they're the cause of your anxiety and depression. Me losing my job, trying to deal with people who perceive dyslexia as a hardship and everything and stuff, who perceive me like I have a physical disability too, people. And people are like, but I see you walking without your cane some days. I have some good days and I have some bad days. And my bad days are getting worse because I also have polycystic ovary syndrome. And if I gain weight, it puts pressure on my physical disability. And that's where it gets worse, because if I don't lose the weight, my physical disability gets worse. I'll still have it. I still need a cane. I still need everything else. But because of not being able to find work, not being active, because I'm stuck on a computer trying to find work because nobody deals with human contact anymore, only to find that there is an alleged perception of no jobs, which actually is fact-based because you can go to any news article about it, that the job market is cooked. They're looking for people who can speak languages. I can't. English even fracks me up and everything. I'm trying my best. And the only outlets for me now are writing, which everyone says a dyslexic can't do, but I can do. Okay, because I take my time. And I'm supposed to be writing 3 more books for this series. But the perception of others is me first, or I have to destroy your credibility, or this and everything because I didn't get my way. No, people, you don't get your way because your own karma, your own perception has put you in that darkness. Like I said, I have been stalked. I have been essayed. I have been, okay. There are things. And if you guys presume you think you know everything, that's because the people who aren't telling you the right answers were the cause of everything. And that's the perception that revolves around it. You can have receipts and people still perceive it wrong. They'll tell you, like, what's a good example? Oh, Amazon. You'll here, lovely. Look at this, perfect example. You buy this, and it says brand new, right? So why did I get it used? This is a used bag. This thing right here, the LPN thing here, see it right there? This is a used product. So the perception I was under, I was getting a new product, but no, Amazon presumed, no, let's give her a used product. I don't know whose body this was on. And it was supposed to be for cosplay. Because I was going to surprise you guys with a cosplay outfit if it actually fit, because thanks to my polycystic ovary disorder, I gained weight. So I have to redo my cosplays because I don't have cosplays for being heavier. And it's sad because the rest of this that came was brand new. But to find this like this is sad because I don't know if it's damaged. I don't know if it's whatever. But thank goodness that I am a Gen Xer, Xcentennial, who knows how to fix things like this. A Gen Z or somebody would be looking at it like, huh? And I'll just give it to a Gen Alpha. Gen Alpha could probably fix it. This is sad that I paid for a new product and under the perception of new, and I get a used product. Okay? How do you think I feel? Okay? Confirmation cough. Because I also have to, yeah. Okay? So, Reverend, what do you think? Perception that was new, and it ended up being, and I just got it now. That package that came to the door.
From
Because
Amazon.
The other package is here too, and the same thing. This box has been crushed. Because this was supposed to be the temporary fix until we make the little dragon. Because this was on sale. And I thought this was the cutest thing because it had the pink spikes.
Well, I was basically threatened by Amazon when I gave them bad reviews. Say, you can't say this. But we're gonna.
Oh no, they already cut me off because a seller tried to hack my PayPal account. So yeah, but I'm in good standings. It's just, you know what I mean? But this is the thing. If that's another thing too with the perception. If we're going to all digital and no brick and mortar stores, then these stores like Amazon, AliExpress, and everybody have to take us at face value, because if you notice the lady that dropped the drone, that dropped her glass bottle of whatever on Instagram, and Amazon saw that, you can't even drone delivery. You can't trust. Somebody could take a. How do I say the word for it? Because, like I said, if I show you my grippy thing, it's going to look like one of them. Shot put. Let's just say shot put, right? When somebody shot puts things and stuff, right? Yeah. When they're playing, when they see the thing, they're going to go, pull, you know? Yeah. Because right now, see, I don't want to show this because they might think it is. Maybe I have to show it fully extended. Okay? It is after dark, people. This is my gripper.
Yeah.
That I use. It's actually my dad's. My sister got it from my dad when he had his surgery and everything. That was another thing my job did not want me to. He correlated his surgery to match the Comic-Con so that I would be with friends in case, God forbid, something happens. My job didn't take it that way. Okay? So this is my gripper. But you see this little thingy here? You can press this and make it so it's easy to carry, right? The problem is if I show you how this works, because if you see the other end.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a gripper, people. It's a gripper. Can you go long screen real quick?
Let's see here.
So people understand this is a gripper.
Put you here and then media assets. No. Banners. No. Style. Yes.
Stiff in here.
Style.
Okay. See, it's a gripper. See, guys, it's a gripper, right? It's to grip things. It's to grip things. Okay, grip. It looks like
grip, people.
It looks like what that one from Mystery Science Theater, right? Look, see?
Yeah, Gypsy.
Yeah, there we go. It's a gripper. Yeah, okay. I push this button. It's not going to look like a gripper anymore. See, I have to keep doing this because if I don't, you know what I mean? That's why if you go now, here's perception. Go back to the shorts.
Let's see.
Go back. You're going to love this. Watch this.
Where?
Okay. What does it look like now?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is your perception, people? The same thing happened here. Alleged turned green. Turned yellow. Turned green. Okay. It turned red. What's the perception? Because I can do this and show you this part of it like this. Get it? As the gripper. But if I close it any other way, it's going to not look like the gripper. So do you see what I mean? So I have to close it from down here quickly and put it away. Because it does not look like a gripper. And that is perception. Now, we're going to see what happens when it perceives it on there. But let's show this. I have another couple of unboxings for you guys, by the way. But I wanted to show you this one because this is going to be coming to conventions if Reverend thinks this is perfect, or we should just save our money and go get a pillow version of the other thing and stuff. But I figured it was on sale. Oh, it does come with extra things. Okay. Throw that over there. It was on sale. I'm not going to take it out, but it's a dragon. Oh, it can go back in. Okay. It's not one of those bags. Okay, you can go back in. It is not giving birth to people. Wasn't breached. It is a dragon. And the wings actually bend, people. Look, the wings actually bend. It's a dragon. Look, little horns, dragon tail. It's a dragon. Scary looking baby, but it's a dragon. I needed a dragon. We have the TARDIS. Wherever the TARDIS is hiding over there. It's a dragon. See? It's a dragon. So, I mean, I have to get her a pair of glasses. But it's a dragon. Reverend, am I nuts? Or is that a genius idea?
For the time being, yes.
I mean,
Is what's available.
I just got to get a pair of glasses for an 18-inch doll. And we can just, you know what I mean?
Mm.
The baby doll is cosplaying my logo.
Yeah.
You know, I get a pillow, find a moon, have her sit on it. You know? But this came a little beat up, but still brand new. This, no. And I have to put her in a spot that she's not going to. I want to make sure I got all four of my. There was supposed to be 4 items in that thing. Yeah, all 4 items are there. Okay, so yeah, so people, what is perception? Right? Did you find that one? Because it tells you everything. Those other ones.
The pictures, yeah. I may have deleted it when I had prepared for tomorrow night's show, but I got into the bottom. Here's that one which I'm gonna go into as well.
Yeah. Now, look at that. It's like take my little logo off in the corner for a second.
Oh yeah.
Or is it no? Or is it yeah?
Take off hide everything.
Yeah, so you can see the top part of this and my logo in the corner. Okay.
And
now, looking at this perception of things, you see what it says up there? Black is on white, white is on black. Is it black or is it white? That's the one, the 6 and the 9 you were talking about, right?
Yeah, that was extended saying, well, from a person's perspective, it can go either way. But then there was the clarification. You need to step back. And I'm not going to remember, it's somewhere on the computer. Step back because it was written a certain way. It was done a certain way. It could have been, 4, 5, 6, 7. But it's no, it's a 9. No, it's 4, 5, 6, 7. You see how the numbers go here? It has to be done this way. So people need to not just say, "Oh, it's supposed to be that." We're both right. No, you're not both right. It's done one way.
That's why you see sometimes they'll put a little line under things, especially with shoes.
Yeah.
If the line is under the loopy part, it's a 9. If it's under the circle part, it's a 6.
Yeah. Because
the same, it's the way you perceive things. Like look at the one there, it says 4 and 3. Optical illusion.
Yeah.
Is it 4 or is it 3? And philosophy, the glass is half full, half empty.
Technically, it is full. The latter part is air.
Okay, hold on. Glass is half empty, glass is half full. It is drinkable, but also poisonous. It can be air, it can be gas, it can be a solid, it can be a mass. It doesn't matter what it is as long as it is what it is. And that was taught to me by people in psychology because your perception of how to drain a bathtub. How would you drain a bathtub? If you go to the psychology department, they take you inside and they say, okay, we need you to empty this bathtub of water. How do you drain the bathtub?
If the bathtub will have a plug.
Okay.
Plug. Otherwise, if it doesn't have a plug for some reason, you scoop out the water.
Okay. So you get brought into a room
Mhm.
and there is a cup on the floor and
Oh.
the bathtub with a plug, by the way, right?
Yeah.
And you're asked that same question. How many people would pull the plug and how many people would use the cup?
The people I see every day, I'm sure they would probably use the cup. Right?
Me, I would go, is the plug stuck in there? They go, what do you mean?
Oh, you're
The
right.
reason why you gave me a cup is because am I presuming that the plug is stuck? Well, go ahead and try it. I can try it. I'm allowed to try it because is that water or is that something else in there? What are you talking about? Well, that could be oil. That could be whatever. And they're looking at me like, wait a minute. You look at it from, I said, yeah. Now is the water cold or hot?
Mm.
And they're looking at me like, because remember, I had to be tested for evaluations and everything, right?
I
And
thought about the plug thing, but you're right. Is it hot water? Is it cold water? If you go reaching for that plug that doesn't have a chain, are you going to be, how are you going to react to that?
right. Because psychology says the right answer is to pull the plug, right? Because logic, normal people would do that. But if you're someone like me who is dyslexic and has mirror touch synesthesia and everything and looks at the world differently, I'm going to be like, is it safe to pull the plug? And they'll look at me like, why? I said, because if that water's scalding hot, I'm going to burn my hand.
Yes.
Okay. If that water's cold like the Titanic, ice cold like the Arctic, I'm going to freeze. I said, but if I go to take the cup, you're going to think that I'm stupid because I want to test the water. And they're like, test the water? Yeah, I want to take a bit of it out with the cup because the cup may have a handle on it, right? So I'll take a bit of the water out and I'll be like, I'll hold the cup. If the cup is hot, I'm not going to touch it. I'll wait till it cools down before I pull the plug. If it's cold, I'm going to be like, I'll take a chance and see how cold it is and try to get the plug. But if it's too cold, I'll wait till it gets to room temperature and then pull the plug. That bothers people because I look at all the angles and the scenarios, but the perception of the psychologist just wants me to pull the plug, despite if it could injure me, harm me, or cause damage to things. Because if you let hot water go down a drain, it could crack the pipes. You let cold water down, it can freeze the pipes because it was already dealing with a room temperature. So that can also crack it as well because it would shrink. But the correct answer, if you are doing it, would be to pull the plug.
No matter what.
No matter what. So if you're ever in a situation like that, you can voice all the opinions you want, but they're going to want you to pull the plug.
Yeah.
So then you think about this. If that water's hot, how am I going to pull that plug? So you're going to look around for things to pull the plug if there's no chain. If it has a chain, you look at the chain. You see how flimsy the chain is. Is the chain or is it stuck? Right? So you're going to have to look for things because you don't know even if that's water. That could be acid in there. Now you see where my brain goes.
Yes.
And why people look at me like she ain't for real. Because it's not that I'm always 1 step, 10 steps ahead of everybody. I'm looking at the safety factor, the physical harm, the logic behind it, and the fact of my perception is telling me this is what I need to look for, while your perception is telling me just go pull the plug. No concern for my safety whatsoever. Let's take this off before they call that the body thing. They get us for that in the corner. Yeah. So
yeah, from dealing with people that's always say, just do it, just do it, just do it. And of course, with slogans such as that, just do it, you don't perceive anything else. You say, well, it's get it over with, and people don't care. There's, as long as the result is there, they don't care how you do it.
Like right now, I'm checking to see who's watching, who's doing whatever, you know? Like I said, I perceive people who are bots as being not fair because that cheats somebody else out of getting to know my channel. Get it? Because how many people are watching with yours, right?
It's,
Because I've
okay.
got 0 on mine.
And all of a sudden, I can't post to some destinations. I have no idea why, but
Mhm.
that's typical with technology.
Yeah. No, the only views I've had are basically, you know, I did get 1 thumbs up, so that might be Ramona.
That was me.
Oh, that was you? Okay. Oh, and I'm able now, after so many hours, I can turn this and say it's not for kids. So let's see how the playlist goes out for this. That's another thing, perception. What is really for kids and what is really for adults? Meanwhile, an adult is allowed to have kid things, but then they're perceived as something else if they're not of that nature, you know? How would you feel about that, right?
Hmm. But even in terms of, kids are not permitted to see if you have it set the way parents don't care. They allow their kids to
Yeah.
haphazardly have accounts and do what they want and don't not take responsibility for the kids. You do not let them do this, but
Mhm.
they want to do it anyway. That's what throws me with how Gen X was supposed to, oh, we could do all this, do that, but then we see now they're their parents, they're worse off than what their parents were to them.
Because some of them
No
didn't wanna
structure.
be raised the way we did.
Mm,
But guess what? The ones of us that did get raised like that seem to have the more common sense and will
mm,
be able to sit there when the world goes whatever with the popcorn and the me with the crochet hook while I'm crocheting clothes to wear from all the stuff, sitting
mhm.
there with the campfire that I know how to make and everything, while everybody's on their phone going, "How do I start a fire?" And there's no internet,
Yeah.
you know? And I'm looking at it, it's 3 hours and 2 minutes. So, what do you think perception is to people?
I didn't know this would be a quiz.
I'm just saying, what do you think, like, after your idea of perception, like, what do you think people will take away from this? Like, you think they'll perceive me as a bad person or a person that might be trying to help or a person that, you know? Oh, my logo is missing.
Oh, you had to take it down for the
Yeah, picture.
easily put back since
Yeah, we put that back on.
that's the sad part because of what we try to do and what not even us.
Mhm.
We're just when anyone tries to tell their
The
side of the
truth.
story, they're denied because it's not what people want to hear,
Mhm. It's how they're perceiving it.
perceive it.
Like, the perception of someone with a learning disability is supposed to be somebody who can't do anything and is incapable of anything according to the old school way. If you show anything, that means you don't have a disability, you're faking. Meanwhile, the fakers are the ones that are making it bad for everybody else. We don't get paid for these podcasts. We don't get paid for TARDIS. We don't get paid for my show. These are learning experiences. And the perception that people take away from this is the fact, like I said, not a doctor, I'm not anything. You want somebody to talk to? That's okay. But don't let it be a computer program that tells you that it's a sentient being when it's not. I'm already fighting a wiretap device that went from having to add a plus to it to becoming a negative because with my learning disability, I am constantly fighting this thing every day because as a person with a learning disability, I'm smarter than the technology of AI. that is being forced upon me in my own home. I can choose not to use this device, but the problem is that this device controls everything. It's like that's what I'm saying. Unless I am forced to or have no way out, I have to use it. But you also know I can also unplug it and have some peace for a couple hours. And I've unplugged this thing every time it friggin' screwed up because it's listening to me right now.
Again, listening device, people. You understand? It's recording all information. It's recording everything that's being said constantly to build up its database.
Mhm.
So if the government decides, well, we need to get some information on this person, it has recorded everything.
Which is why Meta now put the alleged up.
Oh,
Yeah, put the
yeah,
alleged
because of
up.
banners and such, we took everything
Yeah.
down.
Yeah. Now, because Meta has ended its end-to-end encryption, anyone that has said anything, and here's the problem: these wiretap devices, that we cannot say the name because it will trigger it. We're not saying that they're wiretap, but they are. It's just that when you say the name of the thing, you can't get it to shut up. Okay? All this stuff, the end-to-end encryption and everything, people don't realize. If you have threatened anybody, and it's not because you think you're going to get away with it, but now they can look through it. And end-to-end encryption means that it went from person 1 to person 2. Nobody saw the middle. It's basically like, here's the 2 pieces of bread. Nobody knew what the sandwich was made of. Is that the best way to describe it perceptually wise for people?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here we go with Meta now, removing the end-to-end encryption, and you're finding out this person made a pastrami and rye sandwich. Okay. Or this person made a cheese and mustard sandwich. Or a turkey with bacon and mayo sandwich, But then something changed, and half the sandwich, they wanted cheese with mustard while having the mayo with the turkey. And there was a clash between it. And they're going to look at that clash and see how that clash was resolved. Get it? They're going to see who started the clash, who's threatened, who, you know what I mean? And stuff like that. Now, because it's just the 2 pieces of bread and nobody basically seeing what the sandwich is made of. I mean, we can state some examples, but then that individual or those individuals will think they're being singled out with perception of paranoia, allegedly. But this is what society has wanted now. No more hiding, and this is what you get. But they also forgot. Different countries, different cultures, different rules, different laws. Here in the States, we have the First Amendment right, freedom of speech, freedom of privacy. Ending the end-to-end encryption means that they invaded our privacy. Now, nothing is private, which is why me on these podcasts are always honest and truthful and do my homework, because you cannot hide anything anymore. If I have done my research and I deem it that it is not correct, I am not going to say it. If I'm given it from another person that was at an event and I'm going to shout out their channel, I'm giving them credit for it. If a person in my family doesn't realize that they sent an email now that can be read by multiple people telling me I'm a worthless no good, and I respond with, why are you doing this and everything and stuff, and I'm not doing this, and can be transcripted, because Instagram messages now can be transcripted if you do verbal, because the end-to-end encryption affects verbal, affects written. I think they said it affects video calls too, right? Or it doesn't. I don't think it affects the video calls because they can't store them in their data, but they can take the audio part of it. And if it shows that you are saying, I am not threatening, why are you doing this? Or if this happens to you, what would you do? If someone is generally upset, they can see all that. And then if people walk away from things and someone is still sprouting stuff, and this doesn't also mean this stuff. What if you have a boyfriend or a girlfriend trying to have a conversation and it gets a little hot and steamy? Now they're going to see what's going on in the hot and steamy section, okay? Or what if there was a person who was being abused and this was their only way to contact the person that was helping them get out of the abusive relationship? Now, allegedly, anyone can see it, and you guys asked for it. That's what I'm afraid of with society, because they're not perceiving and understanding that what they're doing is causing more harm than good. If you fixate on one person and say they are the sole end that destroyed everything in your life, you got to look at your life hard enough. Because I have enough receipts to know who destroyed my life. But if I stayed in that darkness, I would not be on this right now, or I would not be doing other things. Okay? But I'm still being chased by that same darkness that is trying to catch me. And granted, 18 and a half years at that darkness, they got me. Because I was tired. Because I'm fighting another darkness and another darkness. That's why my guard was so, you know what I mean? It was taking a toll on my health. So I thank the universe. I consider me not being at that job anymore as a blessing in disguise, because all it was doing was making me feel less than I was. I met so many cool people at conventions that because of the stigma of my job, that I couldn't be in pictures with them, or I had to be in pictures by myself, or like those pictures you just saw, I couldn't show those unless they were in one site that was blocked from my job. Because they were trying everything and anything to just basically find a way to get rid of me, because they didn't want me around anymore. Because when your work is like this and the audit clerks are telling them, and you're finally understanding something, they wanted to paint me as a person who couldn't do anything. How many times did I hear from people, go work for Hudson Yards and shovel crap out of a toilet because that's what disabled people do? Meanwhile, my best friend was nothing wrong with him as a janitor, for the schools. He couldn't get me a job because I walk with the cane. I can't, and stuff like that. Okay. Then I found out there's another way to work in the maintenance department from another school, because another person was being nice enough to tell me. But when I put an application in, they said they're not taking any applications in. So you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. It's like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. And I appreciate those people that are helping me. And I'm not going to be mad because I didn't get a job or anything like that. No, they put me on a path that I'm going to keep a tab on and try again. And that's what you do. You try again. You don't take from somebody. You don't take somebody's toy. Do you know, in kindergarten, I had a very cool pencil case thing that had like the little drawer that came out, I put the pencils in, sharpeners and everything. My dad bought it for me, right? There was a girl in my class who bullied me and bullied me and bullied me and took it from me. And my mother, okay, not to cause any problems or anything, right? They made it that I gave them it. And I didn't. It was taken from me. But the perception of the teacher and everybody else was, no, she gave it to you. Let it go. She gave it to you. Do you know Dad yelled at me, and still to this day, me turning 50 years old, still yells at me about it? And I said, I did not give it to her. It was stolen. It's like anytime anybody abused me or bullied me, it was my fault. It is not my fault that they cannot see in themselves what they're doing. Because some people who are bullied can become a bully, or they can be like me and be like, no, I'm going to be myself, and I'm going to stop people from bullying. I'm going to call you out on your things. If you are acting like a fool or wrong, I'm going to call you out, no matter if it hurts me or not, because maybe I can stop you from hurting somebody else. But I'm not going to let you take my toy away, right? That I was willing to share with you. But then you get those people that are obsessed. That's like, oh, you took my toy. I must destroy you. I have to make sure you go away so I get my toy back. And some people do that as a perception with people. They consider people property instead of sharing that person's views and ideologies and everything, and getting to know the person. But they would rather see the person's perception that they are my property. I lay claim to them. You are not allowed to change them because they will be changed. I deal with it every day. My mother, thinks I'm an extension of her. I'm not. I am my own individual, but the perception she gives to people is that I'm an invalid. I need help. I need this. Do you know okay? Yes, I need help. I need help with reading, but once I get it, I'm fine. Because the anxiety of not having somebody explain something to me because I've never done it before and presumes that I can do it, that's what upsets me and gives me anxiety. If people just sat down and explained things, I wouldn't have anxiety. I wouldn't have any problems. That's why my doctors say I don't need medication or anything in my case, because mine is caused by people. And if I stay away from those people, it goes away. But then you get people that are so outrageously possessive, so mentally gone, so mentally whatever. And like I said, if there's individuals thinking I'm singling them out, no, you're not. I've got family members that are that messed up too. I've got friends that are messed up that way too, ex-friends and everything. I got a book about somebody who's so messed up. Okay? Not the first, not the last and everything. That's what I'm trying to tell people. Leave me the hell alone unless you want to be friends, but you cannot be a liar, cheater, or anybody else. I won't fault you for anything. I will defend you on anything, but if I find out what I'm defending you on was a lie or anything, because, like I said, you will not find anything on me. I am so lost in the matrix, it's not funny, because people confuse me perceptually with other people who have the same name as me and all the NDAs and NDOs I sign. And lost to time because you guys wanted this digital technology. Well, guess what? Half my stuff is missing because you allowed programs, presuming what you presumed was wrong, to delete things. YouTubes are missing because I'm missing stuff from Anime Boston. Remember I told you that? From YouTube that has been gone off my channel, Gadget Vlogs, because of people's perception. The idea of that anything that was related to other ex-boyfriends or anything, the people in this book presumed it was them and started trying to destroy my channels. That's why I don't care about likes or anything, because I'm doing this to either warn, help, have fun, or just as therapy. But the sad thing about it is some people can't see that, and their perception is skewed that way. So that's why this episode was on perception, because the perception of people right now is this: I am the most evilest person in the world. I have no credibility, and that I should just go crawl under a rock and die. I don't perceive that. I perceive myself as a person who is struggling with a learning disability, who has to prove to the world once again that, yes, I do need help for my learning disability, but I am capable of doing things that pertain to entertainment and things that can come easy to me. It's the hard stuff that I need your help with. That I don't need people in my life who are going to be fakes, liars, and cheats because they are jealous, hateful, and envious of the fact of what I can do when they can learn it themselves and learn that I care about everybody the same. Because growing up in a family that was basically the United Nations, I didn't know what anything about racism or anything was until I got into the real life, because I was sheltered by a narcissistic family who did not realize that because I'm dyslexic, I am immune to the narcissism and fought me every day while making a clone out of my sibling who treats me like my mother as anything unless they want something to treat me. They will be nice to me when they can, but if I don't agree with them, and that's my fight every day. And then to work at a job with the same type of methods and everything. And I fought for 18 and a half years, only even previous jobs too, that when they didn't want me around because I was doing either too good a job or because some family member of theirs did not like the fact of things, or they don't like my heritage or what I can do because they're jealous and everything. They have a way of trying to destroy people. And I've proven this over numerous jobs, numerous times. So that's why I'm saying people recently You're nothing special. You want to know my whole life story? I'll sit here and tell you my whole life story because there are people out there who know my whole life story and wonder how I'm alive today. How I'm not dead, how I'm not falling into that, because I have too many friends that have went over to the bridge and have not come back because of people's perception of how they had to be and what they saw. So yes, my pages are always a safe haven for people. You can leave, the door will hit you on the way out, but you cannot come back. Because I warned everybody, I said, I am your friend for life, but if you want to believe other people's rumors and lies about me without asking me first and decide you're going to leave, that's your own free will. And my own free will is this: you don't come back. There are so many people I see that I want to give a start to because there's something about them. I have a best friend now who I hung out while he was struggling with things mentally and physically and stuff, dealing with things. Knows my whole history with my family and stuff. And I couldn't go to his birthday party because of what's going on. But you know what? He didn't tell me I was worthless or anything. He says, we're going to figure out something. He didn't brush me away. He says, we're going to figure out something. And I told him, well, I do have conventions coming up and everything that I'm trying. He goes, maybe we'll hang out then. He's working to find a way to hang out with me. He doesn't dismiss me because of my disability or my situation at home. He knows the assignment. He knows what to do. But then there are people that don't. And that's okay. That's their perception of things. But I will, like, there are people I want to be mother and auntie to right now that are not even blood related. And people might think it's weird and everything and stuff, but I'm always the con mom and the con auntie when I go to the conventions. I have seen kids since 2010 grow up, do their own cosplay things, and purposely try to find me at conventions and go, mommy, auntie, come look, right? I've got people in their 20s who were teenagers and everything, who were, and I am so proud of them because they were at a bad time in their life that come look for me. And I'm a bad person in somebody's eyes, and 8 people decide to leave my page because of that, or, and stuff like that because of things. When I have over 200, 300 people over the years who tell me I'm gold. So does that bother me? No. The reason I'm upset is I'm crying because I'm annoyed that people left because of rumors and things and their perception. I lost a job because of perception of people. And when's it going to stop? So how do I find work? I don't get paid for this. I don't get paid to go to conventions. Even the perception when I do press at the conventions, they are so used to guys being press for anime, comics, and everything else, right? Even the females that are running the press junkets at these conventions, right? They see me coming. I'm the sole person who doesn't have a cameraman and everything and stuff. And I'm not the only one. There were other people that were singled out, females and everything, right? Because they don't think they don't perceive or presume that we can handle this. Because they don't see our stuff as much. One of the girls worked for a newspaper. I was on hiatus because of the perception of others and why my channels were destroyed. That's why I'm saying nobody is special when it comes to the way they treat me. You know who's special to me? My friend that has his own business and everything, his birthday just passed. That is my friend. The friend over that way, lying down on the chair. Okay? Because that person stood up when everybody else was and became my producer voluntarily when over the years I asked in every podcast and everything, could people help? And nobody would help me. I've had people steal jobs from me, identities, destinies, and everything. And I still managed, even calling them out on it, to still gain the respect that I have. But to have people think that what they're doing is right because they're being misinformed and misinforming other people about me, no. I said on my Instagram channels, I told you a bunch of things that I said one night I will, for mental health awareness, tell you why and everything. And I will save that because that show's going to be all about, because I know the Reverend's going to say, what happened to you at age 1, Gadget? What happened to you at age 2? You know? I will literally tell you guys, but that's a different show because another show we were going to work at for this was going to be a fun one. And what is it called? The Myers-Briggs. I got it right?
Myers, the personality test that the mother and daughter wrote and has been allegedly perceived, proven
as pseudoscience.
Pseudoscience, so it's entertainment.
Right. And we thought we'd entertain you. And that'll be another episode. It may be tomorrow. It may be another day and stuff like that. Who knows? Because my shows are not scripted. They're based on convenience of time and everything between what I have to deal with here. Because remember, I'm looking for work now over a year now. I'm dealing with family things, fixing an apartment, doing everything else, right? And the Reverend has his own time frame he has to deal with because of his work, his family, and everything else. That is why these are sporadic. You may see me go live one time, but we won't have this fancy foo-foo stuff and everything because it's just for the professional point of it. As you can tell by my other channel, and I know you saw it. I know you saw it. It was dripping. I know. The tear. I know you saw it. Maybe people gave up because it's a long show. Who knows? But I know there's going to be people watching this who think that they are special, that what they say is gold. And I'm like, you're not. You're not, because there have been many people before you. Many people are going to come after you that are not going to, like, you know what I mean? But the quality is if you talk to me as a human being, you know, find out what I know, not what the others perceive about me. Because I'll give you a good one. If you ask my mother, my sister, my father, or anybody else what I do and everything, they can't tell you. Like when I went to get my ears checked, I'm an audio engineer. I help people, right? My dad made a comment and went, yeah, right. The doctor looked at me like I was lying. That's perception, see? Do you know my sister's sister-in-law? Sister, whatever, right? Was the only one that got me a Doctor Who gift for Christmas. It was a keychain, you know? Little cheapy keychain, but she knew I liked Doctor Who. My sister didn't know. Because according to my sister, what I like is not what she likes, not her cup of tea. And basically feels that I should not tell her about any of this, especially when I was invited to MegaCon. They all said to me, how are you going to get down there? You have no money and all this stuff. How are you going to, who's paying for it? Where are you going to stay? Who's paying for the hotels? Who's doing this, right? Discouragement. Discouragement. The perception of the fact that maybe I could have found a job down there while I was looking. Or maybe I could have, you know. But the perception my mother has is that I'm supposed to stay right here. I can't travel because people are going to kill me and hurt me. How about hearing that every day? How about your friends can't come over because they're going to take you from her? What do you do with people like that? Reverend, what do you do with people like that that are so adamant that if people take away their property, and I mean a person as property, the perception, the mental, what is that mentally? That's a narcissist, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's somebody with an obsession for things. Now grow up with somebody like that. You can spot signs of that. And you try to gravitate to people who are not like that. But somehow you end up attracting people like that because that's all you know based on perception. The perception of what you grew up with. I got lucky because my dyslexia and basically aunts that told me it's not my fault. Mommy's sick. This is that, you know? I mean, for God's sakes, the one tried to jump out the window when she was pregnant with my sister, you know? Dad to this day still says he tried to stop her. I'm like, okay, whatever. But nobody, I get different stories from different relatives. Some that have passed, some that whatever, right? I've known about this for years, like anything, but nobody wants to admit what happened. So yeah, I mean, there's so many things. Like the minute I found out all this stuff, you know, I that's why I love Ancestry DNA. I love all this other stuff because I purposely got tested. I got tested mentally, everything, especially when I have my learning disability. They test you for everything. I don't have the gene. I don't have any of the factors to cause any of that. And I thank the universe for that. Not a carrier, not nothing. I guess all that mental anguish stopped with me. And people will be like, oh, you're gloating. No. Sometimes genetics do things. It's how you perceive it. And if you perceive the show as something hateful or not understandable, or you think you're being singled out, look inside yourself and see what you did. You know? See what the perception of others think of you. And I'm not talking the friends that are those friends that are like, because they're either scared of you or they want to be in your graces because of what you can give them. You know, those are the leeches. Those are fun. The leeches are fun. I put up with a 20-year friendship with someone that I should have let go years ago. But when they almost allegedly tried to harm another friend who now has not talked to me for a whole year because of that and tried to make me and another friend fight, yeah, I'm not dealing with that person anymore. And in their mind, they still think I'm going to go back to them as a friend. And I'm like, I even have recordings of them, voicemails saying, what did they do wrong? You know? They're in a northern state. I'll put them up there. They're in a northern state. But it was a friendship I had for over almost 20 years. Which is done. And the person doesn't realize it's done. Because their jealousy of me and the other friends did this. They also have a disability that when you say and hold them accountable for, they don't want to be held accountable for. And that's where the difference is between disabilities and perception. I was taught to be held accountable for my actions and morals and everything and respect boundaries, which ties into what the Myers-Briggs is versus what they were taught. And when you call them out on it, they go storming and screaming and crying, which is why acts like schizophrenia, because they have that derivative from it. And there are books that will tell you it is a derivative of schizophrenia. You know? But what can we do? That's the perception that people have of the world, right? Perception of what they have of themselves and everything. And are we talking hot air tonight? Or are we talking fact? Who's going to perceive it? You know? But that other show we're doing, and I want to tell the guys everything. Like, so let's talk about that real quick, because I think we're going to do one on, I don't know, should we do a small bag, medium, or large bag? I got 3 bags over here, small, medium, and large.
Right now, small.
You want to do a small bag? Okay. So let's first talk about the Myers-Briggs thing. We were planning to do a show because I need to call out a few friends that did this. On Instagram, there was a trend going around of everybody saying what you are, right? On the Myers-Briggs. So we figured we were going to do a show, but then this show came up first about perception, right? because we have a lot of people that have a perceptual impairment when it comes to understanding when the word no happens and who I am to people. Okay. So we're going to leave it at that. So the show that we intended was supposed to be the Myers-Briggs one. And the Myers-Briggs one was created during the time of Carl Jung and all. And it was designed to separate soldiers into the war, what personality you are and everything, right? We're going to go more into detail in the show, the next show. But we just want to give you a synopsis that if you guys want to partake in it and you are online, when we are online, you can show us your results and everything. And you have the webpage, right? Link.
Let's
This is
see.
one of them. This is one of them that we found was kind of accurate. So we're giving you a homework assignment, people, for mental health awareness, because it's going to be a fun game we're going to do. Because it's a pseudoscience. This is just something, but I like to thank the people who are posting on Instagram, because it is interesting to see if it changes while you're live on camera. Yeah, there we go. If you guys can see this, okay, leave it on as best you can, Reverend. Go to www.16personalities.com. Make sure you type it in that way and stuff. It's called the Myers-Briggs test, right? Take the test. Don't pay for it. It's free. Okay? Ignore the pay part of it. Ignore the ads. Make sure your perception, you read it correctly so you don't get fouled up. And then screenshot or write down what it says you are, right? And then in the comments, when we show the show, you tell us what it's going to be and stuff, okay? And then we'll go online and say who's compatible with who's this, because it is pseudoscience. It doesn't apply anymore, but it's a fun thing to see who matches their personality and everything. I've taken it. The Reverend's taken it. Christian from Legend of Traveling TARDIS has taken it, and we're asking other people to take it. And we want to see for fun, because it is mental health awareness, and it is a mental health thing because it's your personality. Your personality makes you who you are. I'm not going to say what I am. Reverend's not going to say who he is until we show the next show, right? But we wanted you guys to have a homework assignment. Just something fun. Play around with it, see what happens. See if that tells you what you already knew about yourself mentally, you know? Because right now with Mental Health Awareness Month and everything, we were trying to do fun things, but because people's perception can affect their mental health of how they perceive a situation, that had to be talked about tonight. Some people may bash it, some people may whatever, but I don't care. Nothing was said bad. We showed facts, we showed things and all the other stuff. But now we want you to have fun for our next show. So go to that website, take your test, have your results, and when we pop up again, the next show will be about Myers-Briggs. And we will talk about if we are the same when we do it live or if we're not. Isn't that cool, Reverend?
Well, yeah.
Because we already have Christians. We just need everybody else's, right? I mean, I want to see what Faith's is. I want to see what the other ones are, and stuff like that. If they don't do it, that's okay. We'll work with what we have. But during the show, if you guys want to take the test and everything, but we're giving it to you now so you have time. But you said small bag, right? Okay. I know what's in here because New York Comic-Con, I think it was that. Was it New York Comic-Con? Yeah, it was New York Comic-Con. Had a beta testing from 90s Games. Walmart sponsored and everything and stuff like that because Walmart was bringing back toys and everything, right? So the prize at the end was you got a bag, and it was a goodie bag of things that Walmart would be selling, and stuff like that. So I even got a little Walmart keychain, and if you notice on the bag, your perception, and it was the perfect bag. Thank God you said small. Can you see what's on the bag based on your perception? Maybe if I flatten it out a little bit. Not the keychain. Don't look at the keychain, but look at the bag. Can you see anything, perceive anything on the bag based on perception? Or is this a plain yellow bag to you?
No, it's can't describe the type though. It's
You see something though, right? Do you see anything on the bag or no?
just a for me just a texture, but oh yes, now I can see it because the angle of the lighting.
The perception.
Yeah.
Now, if the bag was blue, like the keychain, what do you see? You see the Walmart logo.
It's all in the lighting. So I
Right.
also have a dark shade on the computer, so I don't see the
Right.
brightness of it.
Perception. Right? So they gave us this wonderful bag. There was candy in here. I ate the candy, right? Because I'm not going to hold the candy for over a year. But they gave us a Mario.
It's me.
We got a Mario. They gave us an 8-ball. Your future lies where, which as usual never works. But you notice they got smart. They put it in a baggie because this thing leaks. Right? They gave us a Walmart Rubik's Cube. Okay. Oh, I forgot about those candies. Oh, damn. And then they gave Walmart deliveries. Okay. I forgot those were still in there. Okay. This was my thing from the Bronx Zoo, guys. Sorry about that. You got stuck in there. We got Pop Rocks. Oh, raffle tickets. I didn't win. I got a Tamagotchi. And some classic candy called Zolf. It was a raspberry and a cherry. There was more candy in here, but I forgot about these. I got to make sure to get them out of there. But that is what we got for our wonderful bag from Walmart for beta testing something. So, isn't that cool? And a little baggie to put it in that I can reuse. So, yeah, you said small bag because we're cutting in time. We're almost 4 hours. And yeah, that's another thing about my channel. My channel will go long. Reverend, your channel goes long too, right?
Yeah, at the time when I felt like doing it.
But we had to talk a lot about things because we had to bring in the other show and stuff like that. I mean, the other show we did was what, an hour? So yeah. So like I said, I'm trying to figure out, did you check on names like who these are and everything? Because now there's a feature where I'm scrolling down on them right now and I can highlight them. And it looks like I can highlight them when I go on this. This is weird. John Man 1212. It's me. Who's that? They're the one that told you to restart your thing.
Oh, because it was so it was fuzzy, so they stating that restart Wi-Fi or the computer.
Yeah, but they said he'll need to restart weird. Who is John Man 1212? Then there's a Joanne at 7411. Hi. KK Slay. Bye. Hello. And then there was somebody. Hi. Can you tell me what the main subject? It says it right there.
Yeah. It's in the title.
Yeah. Then someone said, can you be my friend? No. I don't know who you are. See, that's the thing. People think people on here are going to be their friend when I'm going to be honest with you. No, I don't make friends easy. He's lucky he's still a friend. Because of how many times people have stabbed me in the back, how many times people have, I am like, my perception of people is you have to prove to be my friend. And if I actually take a liking to you, that means there's something about you that I want to see grow and basically flourish in you, because there's something I see. And trust me, a lot of people say I'm not the easiest friend to have around, especially when people do me wrong. And I'm going to be honest. Like I said, I am not hiding anything from people. And that's what I understand about people. It's like, I have my good days and I have my bad days. You too, Rev, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, how do we end this show? Besides telling everybody to get a grip, check your personality at the door, your perceptions.
Let's see. The address for the GoFundMe.
Yep. And didn't we say we had an outro?
Oh, we will. Yes.
Yeah, I think we do. Yeah,
Your
the
Lulu
books. Oh,
books.
yeah, guys. Again, you want to get the books? Go to lulu.com. That is the QR code there. That is the QR code there. I know you can't see it, but there's the titles if you want to go look.
There's a somewhere which
Mhm.
I really got to name these things instead of just having words.
I'm getting sleepy. Yep. And take out the Lulu thing because they can't see the bottom on that one. And switch over Gadget Pendragon for the phone because it's blocking the top one. See the phone? Phone has got to go. The name thing's got to go to the other side for a second.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, for
The banner, the thingy.
I think it's media assets.
Oh, there we go. It works. How'd you do it? Oh, you did the smaller one. Okay. Now it works. They can see it on the phone. Leave it right where it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So the bottom one that's in black and white is the Gadget Pendragon After Dark. The one on the top is Gadget Vlogs. I need subscriptions. I want to be able to do more with you guys because there are some people out there that think I desperately need them. No, I don't desperately need them, but my show is being run through, for some odd reason, the Reverend's page, and nobody's coming to see it on my page. So please like and subscribe to there so you can see them, and I can actually work the functions so that you can see when I'm live and everything, and not only through Reverend's page, and then I have to be a guest on that page. Make sense, people? And then what else have we got for them? We had the troll hammer. We had this. We had that.
Let's see. Anything else? And there. Me. I'll eventually go back on.
Yeah.
But for now.
Oh, we have to mention the TARDIS tomorrow. Guys, make sure you tune in to YouTube tomorrow at 6 p.m., right? For the Legend of Traveling TARDIS.
Yeah.
Because he's going to knock us out of the view so you can see what the topic is.
Let's see. I'm going to go to media assets, jump over to Legend of Traveling TARDIS, and we shall be talking about, let's see. We just find the boom. Doctor Who, words to live by. 900 years of time and space, and I've never met anyone who wasn't important. Was 11.
The Doctor.
So that is at 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night. Gadget Beyond, I will be
lurking in the shadows.
Yeah, I'll be taking a break.
Okay.
Because I love.
And while we're in here, let's mention where the Legend of Traveling TARDIS can be found.
We will go over with the conventions.
Yep.
Okay, so let's go to Space Coast Comic-Con.
Go ahead, tell them, because that's coming up soon. Look at that.
Space Coast Comic-Con, comics, cosplay, actors, and more. June 20th to 21st, 2026.
Is that
over on Cocoa Beach. Cocoa Beach, Melbourne area.
And you're going to scan the barcode to find out? And what's the next one they're going to be at?
I'll give enough time to scan that QR thing.
Oh, yeah, because a lot of times people don't get able to scan them.
Next, we have Epic Verse.
Mm-hmm.
Epic Verse FanCon, August 21st and 22nd. That's in Longwood. Now, I do know where this is because I lived in Orlando forever and a day. Anyone that's going to be down Dog Track Road, which is... There's a Publix nearby, so you can stop there and get a sub. And just go further down 1792 into Longwood, Castleberry area. You're going to get to... It all depends on where you are. But there's a comic book store on 434 in 1792 called Acme Comics. So look them up. The Acme Comics Superstore, which I have a large selection of toys and comics and such, and even have the TARDIS that was in a Doctor Who fan film. It's a temporary, permanent loan kind of thing. I don't know. They kind of shoved it in a stage, but you can have your picture taken with the life-size scale TARDIS there and see what they have. So while you're there, head to the comic book store, get some stuff. We got in St. Augustine, Florida, at Ancient City Con, September 25th to 27th of this year. There's going to be lots of people there, so check out the website, ancientcitycon.com. And that's it there. I'm going to bring us back to...
And like I
We are.
said, I'm going to be at the Bronx Comic Con in August, as well as Anime NYC in August. We're working on New York Comic Con. And I'm going to give a shout out to my friends who run Square One Cosplay and Evil Idols. They will be at a few conventions. They will be at, where is it right here? I'm just getting it right now. Coming up for this, you will get to see them at Fan Expo Denver under Evil Idols, under the Idol groups. And I'm just trying to make it so everybody can see it. It graces my screens because, like I said, I am in the con circuit, and it is wonderful to see people that I have met over the years that are people that, if wish this thing would actually show up on camera. Let's see. Come on, show it. Let's see. Focus. Okay, there we go. Evil Idols, Rin, Katsu, Risa. Everybody will be at Fan Denver, Expo Denver, and that will be on, I'm trying to get the dates right now. That will be, I hate this, it doesn't tell the dates. I would say go to Fan Expo Denver and get your tickets and check the dates and everything. I'm trying to see what they have. As well as my friend Aaron Desmuke, who plays Dr. Stone and everything. He just posted where he's going to be. Let me just get that up now. I even just shared it too, and that's the funny part. And everything, because I didn't think we were going to get to this. I thought we were going to do more and stuff. Let's see, where is it? Dun, 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 dun. Let me get to the pictures. Let's see. Here we go. He will be at toyx.usa on September 26th and 27th. Okay. Get your tickets now. Get to meet the characters. He used to be off. I think it's on. Yeah, I cannot pronounce names, guys. It's late at night. But Aaron Desmuke will be in September, and then we have. Let's see who else is going to be. We also had something special happened today, right? Down on Essex, is it Essex Street? We just got Kirby Way now for Jim what was it? Kirby Way? I'm trying to remember because everything is like a mess right now.
It was Jack Kirby.
Jack Kirby Way on Essex and Delancey down here in Manhattan. So we just got that Lower East Side. I know it's going to be hard to see, guys, but we just got, like it won't let me show it again. Let me see if it'll show it. Here we go.
Go to the. I'll go to the picture that you showed.
Jack Kirby, like down in yeah. And you know him from Fantastic Four, DC, and everything. We also have Bill Finger over on by me. Yep. That is now, you can go check out the street named for one of the great legends in comics. If you want to know about Bill Finger, because Athena, we know Athena very well and everything. If you come by where I am in Poe Park, you will see Bill Finger Way over there as well and stuff. So let me see if I can find somebody else that is having their convention come up soon and everything. We have Aaron. We have, let's see, I know Rico was having a few. Oh, and somebody has the sword from Masters of the Universe. Shout out to Pixel Dan for having the sword for the Masters of the Universe. He's at Comic-Con right now, showing off the sword. I don't know, guys. I think that's the only one that's going to be allowed into the conventions right now, because if you have any metal ones. But there are a lot of things going on right now and stuff. And this is the cutest thing. Is this Manhattan? Because if this is Manhattan, this is the cutest thing. Mandalorian press release for the Mandalorian. Grogu trapped in a popcorn machine. Thank you to you know who that actor was. Grogu trapped in a popcorn machine. So yeah, so guys, like I said, I'm just giving shout outs to what I find on Instagram and basically to let you guys know that Instagram, you guys are wonderful. And anybody that has like me who is looking for followers, I will promote you and try to get you onto the thing so that you can even be look, Chris Sabat. May 23rd to the 24th, he'll be at Riverwalk Anime. And that convention I love, guys. I love Riverwalk Anime. I've been trying to go for years and stuff. So I want you guys to get your tickets or anything. Tell Chris I said hi. He might remember me under my other name, but he was one of the old school guys I used to hang out with, and he's gonna be mad because I said that and everything. Because like I said, I knew a lot of people from everything. And then Long Island is having their CradleCon adventure con. And right now I won't show anything because people are upset because they admitted and said they were sorry because of using AI in their advertising, and they promised people they were not going to use that AI advertising. So I will say CradleCon is available to be viewed and everything, but look for that on your own because that was one strike they had, but they're usually a very good con. So I want you guys to always check things, look up things, and this thing got whited out again. So please, people. We're here 4 hours trying to explain the perception of things. And I want you to understand, you can have a friend who's an acquaintance, a friend that's a friend, and a friend that's family. But family can never be family if they don't perceive you correctly, you know? So when I say friend, they could be an acquaintance or they could be family. But if I say they're my family, no matter if they're not blood related or anything, you know they know a lot. Like I said, my best friend and everything, that I missed his birthday, shout out to him and everything. I consider him family. So because he knows the assignment, he knows what's going on, and those are the friends I want in my life. But to perceive by others who chose to follow or do anything else with other people tells me they could not be my friends. So how do we end this, Reverend? Do we end it on a perceptual note? To look behind the mirror or look into the mirror?
Look into the mirror.
But then you
Look
can
behind the
perceive something
curtain.
different. Look what Alice did when she went through the looking glass. Her world was perceived differently than somebody else who went through the looking glass. Is it better? Grass is greener, better on the other side? Sometimes not.
Yeah, the grass may be greener on the other side because it's covered or it's full of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do say that stuff does make it greener. That's why it looks prettier on the other side.
But for now,
Mm-hmm.
Gonna go out with the new
outro.
Let's say new intro. Saying, well, we're going out with a new. No, we're going out with a new outro.
I do like the troll hammer. Come on, we showed them the troll hammer one last time. It's too funny. Too cute. Too cute, right? I wanted a little girl one, but they didn't have one. But remember, he's behind the scenes, so it works out perfectly.
Yeah.
And stuff. And I can't believe we're at 3 hours, 58 minutes and 48 seconds. So we're ending this exactly at 4 hours.
Yeah, pretty much with the outro is about 26 seconds. So
yeah. So guys, remember, get your tests ready. You don't know when we're going to pop on, and when we pop on, let's find out what we are, because will my results be the same if we go live, or will they change? And like I said, I thank you to those on Instagram that were playing that game. And like I said, you want to come on? I'll send out messages to people who want to be on. I'll let them know when it is, but I know there are people that want to be on. But please don't be jealous of what I can do. I worked hard for this. I can't do anything else with my learning disability. You know, let me have something, you know? And remember, it's always better after dark. Bye, guys.